My name is Tim Abbott. This has been organised by the West Belfast Civil Rights Commemoration Committee, but I've had the joy over the last 12 months to be the Secretary of the Civil Rights Commemoration Committee for the 50th anniversary of civil rights. And we've done over 50 events, partnered with Slugger Tool to try to ensure that we had a inclusive, reflective discussion narrative, not only about civil rights then, but about civil rights issues today. I think it's been very important. It's been very inclusive. It's engaged unionism, Republicans, civic society, the faith community, and we've, I think, had a very interesting discussion. A number of us in the committee and people in society are now talking about we move into a period where civil rights sort of came to, it was more difficult in terms of maintaining a non-violent civil rights movement, and violent politics took over. And obviously in August '69, and there'll be I'm sure a lot of documentaries over the next 6 months to highlight that sort of change into a more violent part of our history in 1969. And one of the discussions in terms of how do we remember those events in 1969 and sort of the huge number of people who lost their lives, especially in the first 5 years. So can I introduce you to our speakers? Seamus is going to start. I'll just introduce it. Maureen Hetherington is from the Junction in Derry, a major community organisation, and she's been helped create Towards Understanding and Healing project, and she's worked on community relations issues for a long period in Derry and across the north. In 2015, she was awarded the Community Relations Award for Exceptional Achievement by the Community Relations Council, and they said she led the way with her creative vision for the Londonderry area, taking risks, establishing relationships, and building the stepping stones for peace in our community. Next we have Seamus O'Hara, who is from the Junction in Derry as well. Seamus has a long history of working in Nigeria, Kenya, Sudan, Ethiopia, but he has been working in conflict mediation here and there for many years, and has also been involved in the Towards Understanding and Healing programme and the Ethical and Shared Remembering project, which has been very important in recent years. Next person doesn't need any introduction. Nelson McCauley, former MLA for North Belfast, former Minister for the DUP. He's now a columnist for the Belfast Telegraph, and appears regularly on the Talkback and Nolan shows, given his views. So you're very welcome, Nelson, as well. And last but not least is Dr. Gladys Gagnon, who is a Queen's University Research Fellow in Sociology. And she will obviously be talking about some of her work, which includes work on reconciliation through dealing with the past, learning from Presbyterian responses to the Troubles. So Seamus, could I ask you to maybe open up and give us some perspectives about the need for ethical remembering and commemoration?
On the question, can we remember ethically? Here's my quick answer. Yes, we can, with difficulty. And then can I add as well, but boy, do we need to do so. We absolutely do. Now, in terms of the why of the needing to, we could go on forever. I could go on forever about what? Basically, we haven't got over the past. We haven't dealt with it. There is the baggage that individuals and whole communities are carrying from their traumatic experiences and passing it on to new generation. This is transgenerational stuff. And whether it's been passed on accurately or otherwise is another question. I'm aware too of narratives from the Troubles that have substantial traction, whether they are about dead heroes or them and us stuff, but they have traction with consequences. And there is the present political impasse rooted, as I see it, in an agenda that doesn't have to do with the present, but the past. When critical and urgent issues in the present agenda are being kicked down the road, I draw encouragement from the experience of the project that Tim has mentioned, the Junctions Project, Ethical and Shared Remembering, which has had to do with the centenaries of events during the period 1912 to 23 that, to put it mildly, have cast a shadow over this island ever since. What we have learned is that if the journey is to be useful and constructive, that journey of remembering the past, in that process, right from the beginning, with the help of Maureen and Dr. Johnson McMaster, we were very conscious of the need to have an ethics-based framework for journeying, for the journey to be useful, to be constructive, and not counterproductive, because that's a risk. And we had the good fortune to have access to such a framework, thanks to Johnson McMaster. What I can report from the experience is that the process has enabled people to move from division around different versions of our history towards working together towards the future. Now, can I say about the events of 100 years ago, Solemn Ulster Covenant, Battle of Somme, Easter Rising, those were issues that aren't without an emotive content as well. And it's in that context that I think can happily report that we found, in an atmosphere of respect for where everybody is coming from, that we could get to a place where people could feel at ease with each other around the many complexities of what happened back then. And it's from the encouragement of that experience that I am encouraged that to answer yes we can, as well as yes we should, engage with the events of 50 years ago. The Troubles, yes, they are more recent. The emotions are more raw. And also, given the abject failure of both state and paramilitary actors in the Troubles to do the right thing for the living victims of the conflict in terms of truth recovery and justice, I'm conscious that it's going to be desperately painful for victims. But my experience tells me that the general public are way ahead of the posse. That it is from the privilege of an engagement, Maureen and myself, with people in communities all over. In terms of a willingness to engage in honest and constructive dialogue with each other towards finding release from the past, towards being able to engage together with both present and future, and boy, engage we have to, we must. There is just need for space and opportunities to do so. Now, could I just unpack a little bit? This is in terms of the framework that we used for the centenary commemorations. One of them is to remember the context. 50 years ago is actually a different place from now. Not entirely, but it is different. One thing that occurs to me is there were legitimate grievances then. Civil rights violations that had been festering for some time, and alongside that there was the stubborn refusal of the authorities to address them. In retrospect, here's my view, that it was not clearly enough recognized that the legitimate grievances were not the preserve of any one community. But the point I want to make about the difference 50 years on, those grievances have been addressed. They are not today's agenda. Other issues are. The context is different now from then, and present dialogue needs to reflect that fact throughout. Another one is the need in terms of the Troubles to remember all of what happened and to acknowledge the extent to which one thing led to another. Atrocity was followed by reprisal. Outrage and incendiary language found further expression in further killings, random and otherwise, and further killings led to further killings. Remembering whole like this is crucial to avoiding all the whataboutery, all the selective amnesia, and the zooming in on a particular event as if they're not interconnected with what went before and what followed. This, by the way, needless to say, is not, of course, to excuse or exonerate anybody, no matter who, for atrocities and crimes. Thirdly, it's the future that matters. Any remembering, if it is to be useful, must be towards creating a future that bears no resemblance to past strife. There are ways of remembering the past that ends up with us with our backs to the future, and we're rather good at it. The alternative, which in our project we talk about as remembering the future, is to start with the vision of the future and do our remembering of the past through the lens of what we want the future to be about. And there I'll finish, and Maureen will take over. Is that okay? Thanks.
And as Seamus says, we've learned a lot from the decade of centenaries, and whether it was events in Ireland or World War I, it has taken 100 years to arrive at a more critical, balanced perspective. And it has taken that time for information to be revealed, to emerge, and it has come out in the way of statements and documents and newly released information. And in many cases, what we know 100 years later is much greater than what was known 50 years ago. And that necessitates even the reappraisal and rewriting of the narrative that is a perspective of time, that comes with a perspective of times. So, after only 50 years, we have very much an incomplete picture. We have a less informed picture. So we don't have anywhere near the information apart from being within living memory, and that is very raw. We don't have a big informed picture that will allow us to make some kind of reasonable judgment about the events. So we can commemorate anniversaries knowing that our commemoration is very incomplete and our remembering is very incomplete. It's very much provisional and will certainly not be the last word if there is ever a last word. So therefore we need to approach the anniversaries with a great deal of sensitivity, but also a realization of the incompleteness and inadequacy of anything that we do. So it would therefore be highly dangerous to use commemoration as a weapon. I just want to elaborate that. So for me, remembering ethically, it's about critical remembering. And it's where militarized politics have no place, and it's where violence is not denied or justified. Ethical remembering raises critical questions about the use of violence to deal with difference and the resolution or defense of political objectives or causes. Uncritical remembering is a failure to learn from history. Ethical remembering, on the other hand, acknowledges the destructiveness of violence and its destructive legacy, and it creates a different demilitarized political future. And I want to just say about the need, at that time when we developed the ethical and remembering, there were three areas: narrative hospitality, narrative flexibility, and narrative plurality. That was really crucial in developing the ethics of remembering. And the narrative hospitality, that was the generosity to hear all of the stories, to sit and listen, to listen to the stranger, but to be inclusive in how we hear those stories and accepting them. The flexibility and plurality, that's about letting go some of the absolutes and the certainties and being open to fresh interpretations of the past, given the information and the new information that was unfolding. And then acknowledging the different historical perspectives and the interpretation of perspectives was really important. And those three areas, that was really important for us on how we might remember and do things maybe differently. So we need a politics of public memory. And public memory is a politics of public memory that can facilitate a vibrant, democratic debate, over the ways in which a traumatic past can or should be remembered. Because memory shapes, moulds, and it frames narratives of the past in the minds of communities and individuals. To be ethical, we need to appreciate the complex emotive realities of the political landscapes. We need to engage all sections of civic society, and particularly the silenced and marginalised voices, and create a public memory that is inclusive. So it can be done, but it's a big challenge, and it's the only way in which we can move forward.
I just wanted to begin by recognizing that the Junction's Ethical and Shared Remembering project, I think, is giving us a really excellent starting point for our conversation. And this is remembering that the devastating human cost of violence should inform all our efforts to commemorate the Troubles. So, that human cost of violence, that, I think, is what we should be remembering. And I think that your project has done a great job doing that. And the project also reminds us that the purpose of commemoration, I think, should be that the violence should never happen again. So these are really solid starting points. But I think I'm not entirely sure if talking about it in terms of ethical remembering or ethical commemoration is always entirely effective. And now this isn't in any way a criticism of the project or the work. It is in some ways, I suppose, a semantic criticism, which you might expect from an academic. But as we know, semantics, or the language we use, is really important in terms of public discourse. And the reason why I think the word ethical might be slightly problematic in light of the Junction's emphasis on this devastating human cost of violence is that there are always going to be those amongst us who are not willing to assent to the idea that violence is never or almost never justified, even in the face of overwhelming human suffering. So with that in mind, I think there's a danger that the word ethical conjures up images of adjudicating between what was right and what was wrong during the Troubles, and identifying right and wrong ways to remember what happened. So in the name of determining what is ethical, it could be quite easy to descend into the time-honored practice of demanding that other people repent of their sins in sackcloth and ashes, to use that language, or engage in the endless rounds of whataboutery that we're so familiar with. Now, over the last 3 years, I've been working on 2 research projects, one in partnership with the Presbyterian Church on how Presbyterians responded to the Troubles, and the other is a biography of Father Jerry Reynolds from Clonard Monastery, and books based on those 2 projects will be published later this year. So I want to share 2 brief reflections based on that research. So first, in light of what I've said there about perhaps some potential problems with ethical remembering, I want to raise a question whether it would be constructive to start talking about gracious remembering. So this idea comes from the Presbyterian Project, and what this involved was interviewing 122 people with a variety of experiences of the Troubles. So these would have included ordained ministers, victims, security forces, those affected by loyalist paramilitarism, including ex-combatants, emergency responders and healthcare workers, quiet peacemakers, so people involved in peace work at the grassroots, politicians, people who left Presbyterianism, and a few critical friends, as we call them, from outside Presbyterianism who could sort of speak into and comment on the church. So amongst those people, we found stories of faith and doubt, fear and courage, suffering and forgiveness, division and reconciliation, so that whole range of experiences that really prevent you from making generalizations. And I think that full range of human experiences should be part of our remembering of the Troubles, and I think that's something Seamus and Maureen have already mentioned as well. But in addition to all that, some Presbyterians talk to us about grace. So this is where that graciousness that I'm emphasizing comes in. And grace would have been defined, I suppose, in different ways by different people, but I think you can conceive of it as free and unmerited favor, or courteous goodwill. So for them, grace is a gift, one that individuals can receive from others, or that they can also receive from themselves, extending grace to yourself, or receive from God, or that they also can bestow on others. So both individuals and communities having this capacity to bestow grace upon others. Now, grace, I think, also remembers wrongdoing, but it's this gift-like quality of grace that mitigates against that divisive adjudication about what was right and what is wrong. Now, I know it might be quite easy for this to sound glib, a sort of cheap grace, and this admittedly must be guarded against. Related to that, when we interviewed people, we didn't ask them direct questions about forgiveness, but a majority of people, including almost every victim we spoke with, introduced it to our conversations. And the key point from that is that forgiveness is not forgetting. And forgiveness meant that they wanted to remember their loved ones and what happened to them, but their preferences about how to remember them were not uniform. So in terms of any type of commemoration, what is going to please one person may not have any impact on another and may make somebody else quite angry. So everybody has different preferences. I also can't say that every person that we interviewed was fully forgiven or fully healed, but for some people, they remembered what happened in ways that they hoped would create a better future. So this is quite similar to what Seamus and Maureen said about remembering the future. You start at the future you want to get to, and you work back from there. And maybe that's where forgiveness comes out of, with that, that look to the future. So all this made me wonder if talking about gracious remembering could be a more helpful way to prompt some constructive conversations about commemorating the Troubles. So my second point then is that we should not just remember the death and destruction. I also think we should remember and celebrate the people among us like Father Jerry Reynolds, so people who devoted their lives to peacemaking. Now, I don't have time to give you a full summary of the biography if you're not familiar with Jerry's work at Witness, but he's best known for his ecumenical and interchurch work in Clonard between 1983 and 2015, so he passed away in 2015. One thing that really struck me about Jerry, researching his biography, that he was overwhelmingly resilient in the face of any setbacks, and he realized the cumulative value of small steps in the right direction. But I also think it's not just the exemplars like Jerry who should be remembered. And this really came home to me with one Presbyterian that we interviewed. He said there were lots of people who will never know about unsung heroes. It was our job to keep normality normal in faith and work, socializing in the town, shopping. Because if you didn't, then you were failing in your job, not just as a Presbyterian, but as a human being. So I think we should also find ways to remember people like him. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nelson, over to you. Obviously, I have an office there in Northumberland Street, which overlooks the International Peace Wall. So when you open the windows every day, you have ex-combatants from Republicans handing political tours over to ex-combatants from loyalist communities. And when you listen to some of the narratives and the propaganda, you wonder where the history of the North has gone. It's very singular narratives. Would you have a concern that narrative is becoming very strong, and the wider narratives about the Troubles and commemoration are not as strong as they should be?
You certainly make a very valid point there, in that too often the voices of what are called combatants, and generally you're referring there to people who are either loyalist or Republican paramilitaries. There were many other combatants, including the police and so on, whose voice isn't very often heard in these things. But quite often that can produce, I think, a skewed understanding, in that the vast majority of people were not involved as combatants. And I think one of the lessons there that I've drawn from the past year, and as you said there, I've gone to a number of the events that have been organised in relation to the 50th anniversary of the Civil Rights Movement. One of the things is that it's been an opportunity over a year to reflect on, to learn about, to better understand, to go back and think about, because there were things that I thought I remembered, and when I went back and checked them, I'd misremembered. And I think there were things that I went back and looked at, and I hadn't really understood them at the time, even though I'd lived through that. What it was the opportunity for a fulsome reflection on it, with 50 years of hindsight. That needs to be inclusive, because it was only through listening to people from Republican, Labour, unionists, different backgrounds, and all their different elements, where you started to put the pieces together, and you did get a better understanding because it was almost like a jigsaw. And there were bits that fitted together, I thought, in various ways that confirmed things that I had believed previously, and other things that were challenged. It was important, therefore, to have that year insofar as we're now moving into 50th anniversaries of the Troubles, and we are facing, therefore, 40 years, possibly, of 50th anniversaries. Certainly 30-odd years. So we had the 50th anniversary of civil rights, we had the 100th anniversary of 1912 and 1916, but those came and went. There wasn't that much really between 1912 commemorations and 1916, whether it be the Somme or the Easter Rising. But I think it's the fact that you're now going to have, almost on a daily basis, events coming up that will be remembered and commemorated in various ways. And whilst I would have, growing up in North Belfast and living in North Belfast, this constant image in my head of, you read the paper and 3 people were shot dead in North Belfast last night, and it got 1.5 inches on the front page of the Telegraph. Things were passed over very, very quickly. Life was treated very, very lightly. And there was a horror about it that we lived through, and you almost became acclimatized to. We're now going to have an opportunity 50 years on to reflect on all of these things and how many of them there will be, and what will be remembered and what will be forgotten. But it does afford an opportunity to reflect on that and to learn from it. The 1 or 2 caveats I would have are these. We already have annual commemorations. There are people celebrating when it comes to the Battle of the Boyne, we celebrate the whatever it is, the 329th or whatever. We don't have to wait for a 30th or whatever, or a 100th or 500th, whatever. It's the point there that these things happen all the time. Every year there are events to commemorate events that happened in the Troubles, whether it be to commemorate something that was done by loyalists or something that was done by Republicans, or an event in which the state forces, the police and the army were involved. And on top of that, you also have, I think, forthcoming the overlaying of 100th anniversaries on top of the 50th. So there will be an attempt there, I think, maybe to link some of these things, and there will be people going back to 150th and 200th anniversaries on top of all the 50th anniversaries that are coming up. Commemoration, remembrance, is often used in Northern Ireland to feed, to fuel a sense of victimhood. Unionists and nationalists may not look at things in exactly the same way. I'm not thinking there in just a political term, in terms of events. But I think that remembrance and so on can be very different. How people respond to suffering that they've endured. I'll give you an example of that. I often think of an elderly lady now who lives in North Belfast. In 1969, on one night, she had 2 relatives shot by the army. Now, she's convinced that the 2 relatives were absolutely innocent, and circumstantial evidence would suggest they were. Generally, if you're going out to do something wrong, you're not going to go out in your best suit and white shirt and your best tie. That's not the way you go about it. But the 2 men were shot dead in different parts of North Belfast in one night. What does she want out of that? How does she want? All she is interested in is getting to the point where they're cleared, that they're seen to be killed wrongly. Is she looking for a public inquiry? No. Is she looking for an annual commemorative event? No. Is she looking for some sort of restitution for it? No. All she wants to do is to be able to do, and she's well into her 80s, that in due course when she goes to her grave, she will go having cleared their names. And she hasn't succeeded in doing that yet. It's never really been properly investigated. The way that was looked at by the police was inadequate. But it's very different from the highly politicized campaigns that you see around certain other things that happened around the same time. And in fact, the army unit that was involved in those shootings was involved in other shootings that are being campaigned over by others. Above all else, if there's one thing that we can get out of this, it has to be that we move forward into a society where we do not create another generation of young people who become embroiled in violence. I would hate to see us get to the point where we see a young generation growing up that is radicalized, that is so angry, that is being fed a diet of pseudo-history that leads on to another generation being embroiled in this. We're a lot of years on from the ceasefires, but there's too many homes, and I just think of North Belfast and the Shankill, where paramilitarism is still wreaking havoc, where people are still dying of issues around drugs, people are committing suicide, people are being punished over things that they hadn't done but they had wronged somebody who had the capacity to hurt them. When you see the pain and the hurt in those families, it just says to me, we cannot allow this to happen again. We've got to call a halt to this and actually say this is about how we create a shared Northern Ireland that people can live together in peace and harmony.
Something that Nelson said, because I think it was implicit, but I think it'd be really helpful to make it explicit. He was talking about, the example of the woman in North Belfast who would like to go to her grave with her mind at ease. I think there's a difference between the state and its ability to help us address the legacy of the past. If the state were able to do that, that is something that would really help that woman. So there's that, the state's role in addressing the legacy of the past, and we have loads of options for that, we know. And then there's this issue of commemoration, which is our overarching topic today. And commemoration is a part of dealing with the past, but it's set in that wider context that you brought up about, I think, the state needing to have a role in addressing the legacy of the past. So commemoration can't be seen separate from that, but it is a slightly different thing. So I think they're related, but I think it's helpful to make that distinction in this discussion.
Can I thank Maureen, Seamus, Nelson and Gladys for coming along today. I think it was very invigorating and very important debate and discussion.
Morning.
Oh, hi. Sorry, mate.
Conference good?
Yeah? Well, you know, pretty boring. Haven't brushed my teeth.
You get up to anything last night?
Just stayed in the room. Slept in. Thought I might take a bath.
Do you want anything to eat?
I'm not hungry. Don't you ever feel bad
About what? Us?
about lying?
Actually, I enjoy it.
Enjoy it?
Yeah, it's all part of the experience. Sex, lies, and continental breakfast. I should put that on the side.
Be serious.
But we never talk about breakfast. Most important meal of the day. You feel bad.
About lying? Yeah. Hate myself doing it. Don't you feel like that?
You know how I feel. Hungry. Come on. Let's have a cup of coffee. We'll forget all about this.
Still have to go home. Still have to look him in the eye and tell him about a conference I never went to. And the truth is I was here with you.
So what do you want to tell him?
About us? Of course not.
So do you want to stop?
Seeing you? No. No, of course not. It's just when I'm with him, I feel so bloody guilty.
So do you want to leave him?
Do you want to leave your wife?
No. I like being married to my wife. But I also like being with you.
So I don't know. How
about breakfast?
how can you be with me and be married to her? How do you do it?
I lie.
It's that easy.
It's not difficult. Just open your mouth and say some words. I was thinking of something.
Sounds like you really do enjoy it. Do you?
Do I?
Enjoy it.
Are you really asking?
I'm really asking.
Well, yeah. It's kind of exciting having a secret.
That's really fucked up.
Yeah. And you never lie?
Well, yeah, but I don't enjoy it. It's just... lying is something I do to be with you. I don't like it, but I do it to be with you because... well, because I want to be with you. I thought you felt the same. I didn't realise you just get off on having a dirty little secret.
Please. Feeling guilty is a price you pay to pretend you're a good person. You lie to your husband, but you feel bad about it. So, deep down, you must be a good person, right? But it doesn't stop you from doing it. Doesn't stop you from seeing me. I don't feel bad about being with you, so I don't. Being with you makes me feel good. We can always skip breakfast.
Bye.
What about breakfast?
I'm not hungry.
Sorry, was going to shower.
Good run.
I ordered a pizza last night. I ate the whole thing. 2,400 calories.
It's okay.
No, it's not. I let you down. I let myself down.
It's really important to appreciate what keeps false information alive. So there can be a naivete sometimes with fact checkers that say, well, look, we've got we've proven it false. So why are people still believing in the falsehood? Well, we need to understand that. So this is Hannah Arendt, the philosopher, and she looked at factual truths and the relationship with politics. And there's some very interesting observations that she has made. Facts are things that you can prove, right? Data and words and the like. But those in power they may want people to believe something else, an opinion. And opinions don't need to be based on facts. They can, it's evoking patriotism or religion. When you get a group dynamic, sometimes your feeling to want to belong to the in-group means that you'll purposefully deny the facts of the out-group. So those facts can be true, but you just don't want to hear it. It's a bit of confirmation bias. So journalists, so what do journalists do? Journalists and news broadcasters, every day is a running commentary of what's going on. And each of us take these stories and we build our own narrative. It feeds into our worldview. And that's fine, but then there's a difference between what any individual journalist or news channel or, dare say, social media channel can do responsibly, and yet individually we're all processing and interpreting it in our own ways. So this is my yet not peer-reviewed hypothesis on theory of truth. This is Alan Leonard's theory of truth. I've adapted this from an event I went to at the Open Data Institute that talked about facts leading into information and knowledge and wisdom, but I was a bit more cynical about knowledge and wisdom. So what you have is data, words and numbers, or as I like to say, words don't make a poem. They do, but not a random selection of words. You have to human craft the words to give it significance and meaning. The same with numbers. Numbers are just numbers, but it's the intelligence behind the survey design that leads into useful facts. Facts provide information. But immediately when you get to information, not all information is objective. A lot of it is subjective. It's our personal experiences, how we interpret events. So straight away, it's getting more difficult. Above that, you have opinions. Opinions are just opinions. Opinions don't need to be based on anything. I could think the moon is made of blue cheese. That's my opinion. And even if someone debunks it, I can say, but that's still my opinion. And then topping all that, I was saying the worldview, your values and belief systems. So a challenge for fact checkers is we're like at level 2, We're dealing, with words and data and things that can and can't be verified or debunked, right? And then the tricky bit is in the kind of the information sphere. How much can fact checkers influence the information sphere? What's the role of journalists in that sphere? And politicians. So, on to Fact Check and I and some of the work that we do. So Fact Check and I was established in April 2016 with a grant from Building Change Trust, which hopefully many of you are familiar with. We're modeled as a charity with a public good. So all of the fact check articles we provide are free to the public. And we also do training. We were fortunate to have Full Fact based in London and Africa Check as kind of role models for us. And it really kept us straight because we were starting from scratch. And we have published 60 articles on a variety of topics and across the whole political spectrum. And I'll add, and I can produce evidence that for any particular political party or persuasion, we have found claims that have validated as well as debunked their claim. So we're evidence-driven. There are 160 fact-checking organizations and projects around the world. This is monitored by Duke University, so they have Duke Reporters Lab. And many of the members, like ourselves, belong to the International Fact-Checking Network. This is administered by Poynter Institute in Florida. And verified members have to subscribe to these codes of principles of nonpartisanship, transparency, and openness. And then we're externally evaluated every year to make sure that we're living up to those principles. I mentioned training, just quickly, just to show you some of the training that we've done locally. So this is at the Nerve Centre in Derry, Londonderry, and this was in collaboration with the BBC and their kind of outreach program with young students. And this is colleague Orna Young, another co-founder of Fact Check and I. So this is Enda Young at a previous Fact Check and I event. So Enda's another co-founder and a trained facilitator. My good self at an event at Belfast City Hall. I included this because NISRA is included, and we have Linda here from NISRA. When we had dialogue with Full Fact about how do we start this show, they told us about their work with ONS, and we found that very interesting. And I naively thought, great, we'll second someone from NISRA. And someone reminded me that I would have to pay for the secondment, which we had no budget for. So we were like, right. But thankfully, Tracy Power and colleagues at NISRA actually volunteered to participate on our advisory board. And it's been very rewarding. And I'm speaking at the NICS Live event in May, just to describe that collaboration. And on another side, in regards to the importance of having good data agencies, is that when we attend these global fact-checking network events, we meet people whose environment, the civil service hasn't been professionalized. It's been corrupted. The citizens can't quite trust the data. If you can't quite trust the data that the official sources are publishing, you're in big trouble. I was mentioning the annual fact-checking events. So this was in Rome a couple of years ago, and they totally botched our name tags. We were the three of us were arguing about who was the most offended. So, because I have no affiliation really with the UK, but there you are. But these global events are excellent opportunities. Many of the 160 organizations come together, and you learn the variety of fact-checking operations, the environments they work in, opportunities for collaboration. So we do the fact-checking. So here's an example of one we did recently about the backstop. And this was where Jim Shannon MP spoke in the House of Commons, and he just made the statement that 60% of the people of Northern Ireland are against the backstop. So I remember being told that anything you hear that makes you go, really? Is a good candidate could be a good candidate for a fact check. I thought, that doesn't seem right. So we did some investigation, and we realized that he was referencing, he said a national poll, but we knew from the numbers he was quoting, he was referencing a recent Lucid Talk poll. The figure for against the backstop is 35%. It's 60% of unionists. So we just calmly explained that. We were like, well, this is the source, and we made all the links. We always do that as part of our work. And that's grand, so we just said it's inaccurate, but here's the sources. Coincidentally, I cannot prove this, but coincidentally, in the following week or two, he spoke again, of course, and he had mentioned, quote, a majority of unionists were opposed to the backstop. So although I can't prove it, it just shows that fact checkers should have no qualms about politicians or anyone using data to make their points, their arguments, right? We just want them to be accurate in doing so. And then more broad than that, I mentioned about this International Fact-Checking Network and the opportunities that it presents. This is Google, and they have a digital initiative program, and part of it is they're adapting a previous project where individual fact-checking organizations input their articles into a database, code them, and then the world gets to search them. And so it's in beta, it's about to be launched in the next month or so. So we have fed a lot of the articles in there. So this is a recent one we did at Scones. There's always a tension in working with some of the large social media platforms, but this is hopefully a positive example. A live project right now is Fact Check EU, and this is a collaboration of 19 fact-checking projects across Europe. This came on the back of a previous project run by Libération in France during the last French presidential election. And the idea behind here is that, say, we're a full partner of this project, so we've inputted all of our Europe and Brexit fact checks, right? And so, those articles, people who have read them. I doubt many in Europe have read them. But this kind of elevates it in case somebody, you know, in the Netherlands or Belgium wants to know about the backstop that I just showed you. They'll be able to go to Fact Check EU and see that. And then fellow fact-checking organizations can use our material to disseminate. And finally is the Co-Inform project. So this is a European Commissioned funded research project. But basically this is about looking, like I said at the beginning, that the work of fact-checkers, the technology that's available to assist fact-checking and journalism, but also to trying to honestly incorporate some of those social, cultural, and political factors that influence kind of our decisions and beliefs. So that's me. Thank you very much for your patience. There was an awful lot of material there to absorb, but I just wanted to have you think about why fact-checking matters and what we at Fact Check and I are trying to do. So at this point, I'm going to hand over the lectern to Harith Milani.
Thank you for coming here on such a sunny day. I think that takes a lot of effort. I am not a fact checker. In fact, I even got the day wrong on my slide. So the project started almost exactly a year ago. And so we have another 2 years to go, so hopefully we will have more stuff to show you. So these are the partners in this project. It's a Horizon 2020 project. We have computer scientists, we have social scientists, we have the fact checkers, we have software developers, and we have some other companies who know a little bit more about policies and voting, etc. This is one of the strengths of this project, I would argue, is that we're not proposing technologies on their own because they're not going to work. We're not proposing just kind of social interventions and theories on their own, they're not going to work. We're trying really to bring the two together. And of course, with the fact checkers, we will have at least a better idea of what works, what doesn't, and how do we put these things together. Now, when we started this, there were a few things that we tried to focus our attention on. Some of you might notice this background picture. But we noticed that there's so much work, as Alan was showing, so much work and so many fact-checking agencies out there that have been fact-checking lots of these articles. But then you go to social media and people are completely ignorant of all of that work and they're still circulating the exact same articles that they were fact-checked and debunked. So there's this kind of gap that we need to bridge between the two. How could machines help in identifying how best to connect these two pieces of work? And then, okay, imagine we've developed a tool that says, okay, you've just shared this article on, I don't know, Facebook or Twitter, and we know that this article has already been fact-checked. Well, how do I give this fact-checked article to this user without them rejecting it? And social scientists have worked a lot on these issues. Confirmation bias, etc. People will reject these corrections. So how do we do that? What are the kind of different approaches that we need to do to automate it? So the automation part, that's what makes it a bit new. And there are so many things to be fact-checked and so little time. So there's a lot of work now in computer science trying to automatically identify and rank the claims in documents so that you could say, well, I found all of those claims. This is the one that you probably want to fact check, and the other ones are kind of less important. And how does it spread? So again, there is some recent work done on Twitter which said, this is how misinformation spreads. And you might have seen some headlines on the media that misinformation spreads faster than the truth. This was kind of how they've reported it. But of course, the truth is that the stuff they've looked at is written to be viral. So if you write an article with the intention of making it go viral, of course it will go viral far more than the fact-checking article, which is factual, but a little bit boring in a way in comparison. So how do these things spread? And if we understand how they spread and the impact of the network, of the demographics, and as well as of the topics on the spread, then we can better predict how they're going to go. And resilience to information is kind of the bottom line of what we're trying to do. Having all of this technology and the social theories put together, can we make people a bit more resilient to information? And I don't know about you, but I get lots of this stuff sent from my beloved relatives. And whenever I go back and challenge them, they say, well, actually, how am I supposed to validate this? You know how to go and Google things and check pictures and whatever, but we don't. So how do we make them? How do we help even those who want to help themselves to be a bit more vigilant with information? So patterns of these stories vary a lot. So here's one story that was debunked. And what you see here, so the red line is the number of tweets that contained a URL to the original misinforming article. Okay, so this is an article that was published misinforming, and so many people were tweeting it. And the green one is the one from the fact-checking organization. So they've fact-checked that article, they released a fact-check report, and this is how many people are reporting the fact-check for that same story. So this, and the black line is when the fact-check article was published. So what you see here is wonderful story. The number of people who were tweeting the misinforming article went straight down, and the number of people who were tweeting the corrective article was actually quite high. So a very healthy picture. It's not always so. So here's another one, exactly the same thing, another story that was debunked. But what happened in this case was that actually quite a few people were sharing that original article, but by the time everyone got bored of it and was almost dead, the fact-checking article came out. Okay, so there's some kind of maybe timing issue, maybe selecting issue, we don't know. But these are the kind of different patterns that we see. On the other hand, there are stories that just die and come back again. So here's another article was debunked. The fact check came out. The number of people who were posting the original article kept going up and down. The number of people posting the corrective article was actually pretty low, and then it stops after a while, and then you could still see some life still going into the misinforming article. We know that we don't know what's causing these things. Maybe some politician mentioned that, or maybe sometimes bots kind of reviving some articles. But it shows the need for something to always bring these fact-checking articles back again into the picture. I mean, these platforms haven't done that, but you can imagine having a tool which says, well, you're still tweeting that one, you need to know that this has been fact-checked, and here's the other one. So how do these things spread is something we're trying to study, and then how do we intervene is kind of the other goal. So broadly speaking, the goals of the project is, first of all, we really want to understand what the requirements are. We don't really know yet. The fact-checkers have some requirements, the journalists have requirements, the citizens have some, and the policymakers have some. So how do we listen to all of those, and what sort of technology can we develop to meet everyone's requirements? And this is an important part of this project, is bringing everyone together. Like I mentioned earlier, we want to bring the technology and the social sides together. We want to be able to detect a little bit better, but also to predict. So of course, the work that the fact checkers do is vital here, but if you want to expand on that, if you want to bring all of that to these platforms, you need some automated tools. So this is what we're after here. We want to understand these flow dynamics, and how do they change according to topics, and how the network is, and what's the impact. So lots of work you find, especially in computer science, that says, oh, we've managed to track all of this information spreading. But none of them can tell you what was the impact of that on people's opinion. Did it change anyone's opinion, or did it just fall into the confirmation bias? So it supported their opinions but didn't really change it. So for our project, if we want to develop some intervention mechanisms, we have to be able to evaluate whether these interventions had an effect, and we have some ideas about doing that. And recommendations and co-creation. Co-creation is kind of the underlying methodology we're using here, which is we don't want to just develop the tools. I mean, computer scientists, we're typical. We would develop the tool in the lab and say, there it is. But what we want to do here, for these tools to be accepted and used, we need to co-design them. We need to co-create them with all of those stakeholders. So in terms of the tools that we would like to develop, well, we would like to do, you can't probably read that, but it's the usual things that you would expect. And there are a few examples of those already. So we're not claiming that these will be the first ones. But for example, we are now trying to bring the things I've mentioned into a plugin so that this plugin would be a bit more fine-tuned to work with social media. It's connected to the fact-checking results from as many of them as we can collect data from, and also it can help to monitor some of the interactions that I mentioned in terms of how things are evolving. And a dashboard for the fact-checking journalists and the policymakers. So the whole, one of the main focuses was policymakers. How do we help policymakers to understand the impact of misinformation, for example, towards certain topics in their areas? So all of how the misinformation is spreading, which one is likely to have a higher impact on people towards certain opinions, that's something that we would like to push through such a platform. And raising self-awareness and media literacy. So again, I think this is a very important point in any project of this sort, that ultimately it needs to somehow use whatever technologies to improve media literacy, to make people a bit more critical of the information that they look at. So there are quite a few tools out there. I don't know, has anyone used any of those? Interesting, which is what I would expect anyway. There are tools that have been developed out there that try to automate some of the verification process. They don't exactly verify, but they kind of alert you to certain things. So NewsGuard, for example, this is a plugin for Chrome. If you install it and you search for anything, when you get the hits back from Google, it will show an icon. It's a red icon if that source, not the article, it's the source of that article, so whether it's the BBC or Breitbart or whatever, whether that should be trusted or not. So they kind of go at the source. This one from University of Indiana, it identifies bots on Twitter. So if you could put in any Twitter account and it will tell you whether this is a bot or not. This one is a company in Australia we're working with, and they do crowdsourcing. So any one of you can go and say, well, actually, I don't agree with this page, and because of this other page that I have found. So it's very much kind of crowdsourced, and so on and so forth. The point behind all of those is that, yes, there are attempts to bring in some automation in there, but no one is installing them. And they don't do the job perfectly, obviously, because there's so much that they haven't done in terms of finding out how do you explain what you're looking at, or how do I bring it to when you're on Facebook or on Twitter. And they expect people to just go and install these things, which people don't. I don't know how many of you would admit interacting with any misinformation. We don't know. I don't know. And most of us are kind of blind to that. But most of the people who do share misinformation, they completely disagree that they need any tools to help them with that, because they haven't shared any. So how do you bridge, how do you break this part? But what we thought to start with is to develop a tool which at least help people to see how much information they might have interacted with. At the moment, it's only available for Twitter. But if you use Twitter, or if you are interested in anyone, a celebrity or a politician who uses Twitter, how much misinformation they have interacted with. So what this tool allows you to do is to put in any Twitter account. In this case, is the real Donald Trump. It will go and collect all the tweets that this account has published. So in this case, we went back to 4,300 tweets. And then it will try to assess how many of those tweets have a URL, so it's pointing to another article, how many of those articles were fact-checked, and how many of them were proved to be false or proved to be true. That's one way of assessing them. The other one is how many of them are coming from sources that others have agreed to be unreliable or reliable. So it's kind of just to come up with a score, more of a self-awareness or to raise awareness about others that you might be interested in. So in this case, we found out of all of those tweets, he had 551 URLs. Out of those, we found that 37 of them come from reliable sources. Others come from unreliable sources, or pointing to articles that has already been fact-checked and proved wrong. And I'd say in quotes because there are always people say, well, but, you know, who are you to say this? So this is an important part in what we're trying to do. We're not trying to cast our own opinion. We're trying to just show evidence or show who says this about this article. So what the tool then allows you to do is to go scroll to the tweets that belong to any of those categories. So the red ones, the ones in the middle, and the green ones. Keep it simple. And then it will show you, well, this one is referring to a URL from Daily Caller, and we have, and this one is a green one. It's sort of reliable because these other sources say it is. Okay, we don't have an opinion. We're just repeating what others said. So these are the sources that say this is reliable, and this one here, for this source, we have one article that was fact-checked. But also you could see the network. So what about the network? What about the friends of this account? How much misinformation they have been interacting with? Because obviously you will get that as well. So this one sort of applies the exact same analysis, but to the network of that account to give you an idea of the sort of the environment, the misinformation environment that this account sits in. So this is kind of the echo chamber phenomenon. And then in the end, it will tell you, well, how do you compare with others? So are you more leaning towards using misinformation or the other way around? So in this case, well, this is a prolific account, uses Twitter a lot. Quite a few articles were valid. They seem to come from acceptable sources, but then there are way too many that are coming from sources that others deem unreliable in comparison to the average user in a way. So what we want to build from that is kind of, this is, like I said, it's a first step towards being able to understand who's doing what on these platforms, who's sharing what, raise their awareness, but also we can tap into that by adding some more technologies to bring in now the articles of misinformation and inject them so that we can break those trends that I have shown earlier. So that's the project. We have, like I mentioned, we have 2 more years to go. And so we're always open to feedback, especially from anyone who has used any of the fact-checking or any of the tools or would be interested in them. We'd be delighted to hear that. And we're running some pilots in a few countries with citizens as well as journalists and policymakers to do exactly that.
Okay. Afternoon, everybody. My name's Linda Keys, and I work in NISRA. I'm going to give you a brief whistle-stop tour of NISRA and what we do today, looking at our processes and why accuracy matters to us. I'm also going to talk a little bit about economic statistics, which is the branch that I work at. I'm going to look at the engagement and have a little bit of a look at EU exit statistics, because I know that that's something that's very in the public eye at the minute and everyone's finding quite interesting. In terms of NISRA, what do we do? Our vision at NISRA is trusted statistics and research for a better society. NISRA is an agency of the Department of Finance, and we want to be the principal source of official statistics and social research for Northern Ireland. We want to inform policy and a wider debate in society generally. We want to be one of the trusted statistics and research for a better society, and we want to be the people that people want to come to for Northern Ireland research and statistics and be the primary source of that. And we want to very much put ourselves out there in terms of trustworthiness. So underpinning some of the trust in our outputs, we're underpinned by a code of practice in which we produce the statistics for the public good. What this code of practice does, there's 3 pillars of it: the trustworthiness, the quality and the value aspects. In terms of trust, we want to make sure that there's confidence in the organisation and the people that are producing the statistics. In terms of quality, we want to make sure that our data and methods are assured and our statistics are valid. And in terms of value, we want to support societies and the wider needs for information. Some of the things that this code of practice helps us to do is set out professional standards, make sure things are consistent, encourage collaboration and transparency and coherence in our statistics and our outputs. It enables our performance as an agency to be judged, and it lays down the foundations for public confidence in what we're doing. So looking at what we do as the Economic Statistics branch, basically my branch works and it tries to collect data from businesses. It produces a number of official statistics reports. I think there's about 50 publications per year from the branch. We try to add value with analysis and commentary wherever we can. I myself am in charge of business statistics and business surveys. We follow everything through from data collection through to the analysis and production, and we have various methods and techniques that we try to make everything as accurate as possible in terms of how we collect the data, right through to how do we analyse and cleanse the data, and how we produce our reports at the end of that. We want to produce our statistics in line with the code of practice and make sure that we're effective in producing what we do, and trying to have a lot of outreach with departments in that as well. In terms of our engagement, we try to work within the code of practice with that as well. A lot of our engagement is done through user groups, and we encourage users to feed back to us in terms of what we should be doing, what we think that we should be changing about our statistics, what works, what doesn't work. And we'd like to discuss changes and explore different ways of communicating our message. We're very active on Twitter. We use a lot of infographics. We try to work out what's the best way to, get the message over in as accurate a way as possible, but also try to engage as many people in the type of statistics we do. We have good relationships with our media contacts, and here just shows some of the articles that we have been featured in. I actually tried to ask around the branch yesterday to see if there was actually any misrepresentation of our statistics and articles, and it tends to be that because we have quite engaged users, we don't have that issue normally. Now, there's other issues where we have been involved with fact check quite recently, in terms of looking at a tweet that maybe went out from a UKIP MEP who was talking about border crossings and thought there was about 100 a day, and that most of them, that 50% of them were Guinness trucks. So there are other areas where we have these sort of issues where we're looking at, but generally our media, our commentators, the likes of Richard Ramsay, John Campbell, we've good relationships with them. If they don't understand something, they'll come to us. They'll ask us for verification of what we're trying to say. They'll ask us for verification of sources. So it tends to be that we're quite lucky in that sense that a lot of the stuff that goes out into the press is quite accurate. It's quite an accurate reflection of what we're publishing and what we do. I'll just go on to the dreaded EU exit. So we have quite a lot of increased demand for our services in this EU exit sort of world. We have been trying to then keep business as usual running and trying to incorporate EU exit into our work planning, and the amount of work that has just come in has been vast amounts. People are trying to look for information that maybe isn't there, that we don't have sources for. So what we really tried to do is create a picture of trade and also movement, trying to incorporate as many sources as we can. And one interesting statistic surrounding movement is that there's about 110 million border crossings a year, and we were able to look at that from counters from 15 points, and we were able to model some data using that. And when we look back then at phone records, we were able to verify that it was pretty much an accurate reflection of the border crossings that were happening. So it's that sort of trying to encompass a lot of data and not just use one source to try to build up a picture and try to build up estimates of what's kind of happening within trade. And then in line with sort of code of practice, trying to encourage more collaboration. This is something that was published this week. It's a really good interactive map of trade and, looking at Northern Ireland trade throughout the world. This was developed in collaboration with, it's a UN Comtrade tool, and it was delivered in collaboration with Department of International Trade and Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. So there's that kind of work that's going on, and the EU exit has kind of focused our work in terms of who we contact and who we work with and how we collaborate more, and try to put then that sort of analytical and fact-checking nature behind everything that we're doing and trying to work with more and different sources. So that really ties me up. That's everything from me. Thanks.
And finally, I'm very pleased to introduce Kathleen Carragher, her previous head of BBC Northern Ireland, who's going to share with us some of her experiences in this whole murky world.
Okay, listen, thanks very much for inviting me, and lovely to see so many people here on a lovely sunny day. I thought I'd just tell you a little bit about my own background, and then just a couple of examples to illustrate the difficulties that journalists have with the facts. Okay, so I started my journalistic career a long time ago, actually worked, I started off in newspapers. I worked in the Oxford weekly newspaper in Banbury Cross. I worked in the weekly paper there. Then I went to Leicester and I worked in the evening paper in Leicester, which was fairly similar to the Belfast Telegraph, at a time when newspapers still were really important sources of information, and that was long before social media. And then I joined the BBC, and so I worked in Radio Foil for a number of years. Then I moved over to London and I worked in radio, current affairs, The World at 1 p.m, The World This Weekend. Then I also worked in Women's Hour for a bit. I worked in File and 4, if anybody knows any of those programmes. And then came back to Northern Ireland and worked for a while in general programmes, and then I moved into news. So for quite a long period of my career I was responsible for programmes like Good Morning Ulster, Talkback, Evening Extra. I hope some of you listen to those programmes. And then more recently obviously was in charge of the digital output of BBC Northern Ireland, and then in my most recent and last job it was looking after the television output as well, which was BBC Newsline. Again, I hope some of you have watched that. So I've got quite a lot of experience, obviously in the three main mediums of newspapers, print, broadcasting and digital or online. We tend to use the word digital now. But primarily I've worked in public service journalism. So everything that I've done is within that framework of wanting to do responsible, accurate, fair journalism. And in my experience, the papers and the journalism here in Northern Ireland is geared towards that. Journalists take their jobs very seriously, they take their roles very seriously, and core to what they do is getting the facts right. So I don't think any journalist would ever say it's not important to get your facts right. And even though in most of the newsrooms that I've worked, part of the banter will be, oh gosh, don't let the facts spoil a good story. That's true. People will think, oh, these flippant facts are getting in the way of me writing this brilliant story. But that is a joke, really. People are very, very concerned to get their facts correct. And it's always been a challenge. I suppose it's become a bigger challenge because of 24-hour news and because of the pressures of social media. But it doesn't reduce that challenge. It's always been there. And I remember, as a very, junior producer when I worked in The World at 1, and the presenter at the time was the late Robin Day, if anybody remembers Sir Robin Day. And every morning, Sir Robin Day, a little man would appear with a Hansard basically, and give it to Robin. And Robin checked that every day. He went through Hansard. He didn't read the newspaper accounts of what had been said in Parliament the day before. He wanted to read it from first hand. Because I remember asking him, what have you got to read all of that for? You have to get your facts right. And it was a great salutary lesson, because actually the programme was a political programme. He was going to be interviewing politicians about what had been said in the House the night before. And he wanted to make sure that he'd got every nuance and he'd got the facts right. And that is just part of the learning curve that every young journalist will learn as they go through their career, because there's nothing worse than getting your facts wrong. I mean, I remember once being sent along to do an Irish dancing competition in Leicester, actually, and I was one of my first assignments, and I got a couple of names wrong. Well, flip me, I just really had the most terrible time afterwards. And it is a real lesson. It doesn't matter how insignificant or, what kind of story you're doing, get your facts correctly. So, but just as we go on, I mean, you seem to think a fact is a fact, okay? So we're all here in this room, that's a fact. That's very straightforward. But as we know, stories are complex, issues are complex, and you have to deal as a journalist with claims and counterclaims, and you're working against the pressures of your deadlines, and you're working against the pressures of what's happening in the media world around you. So, for example, one of the stories that I remember being particularly difficult quite a long time ago was the Strangeways riot. If people remember the prison riots in Strangeways in 1990. So I was working in The World at 1 at the time in PM, and I do remember that story started. It was a massive, my goodness, huge riot going on in Strangeways. The prisoners are on the roof. There's been mayhem inside the jail. There are bodies everywhere. There's sex. The prisoners who were in for sex offences were being castrated. This went on for 25 days. And the prison authorities, and everybody will know prison authorities by their very nature are secretive and silent and don't want to talk to journalists. And certainly in these circumstances, they themselves weren't sure what was going on in parts of the jail, and they certainly weren't going to release official information. So as a journalist there, you're working in a very fast-moving, emotionally charged story. You're getting lots of claims coming in from families. You're getting claims coming in from, welfare organisations. You're getting the Prison Officers Association. You're getting the Prison Governors Association. You're getting the Home Office. You're getting, you've just got suddenly a whole morass of all of those, voices clamouring, and it's your job to say what's going on in the prison that day, what the course of the riots, what's happening. So you can just see from that it's very, very difficult, and you need to be very responsible, and you need to then withstand the pressure when you're saying it's claimed this and we still don't know, if anybody's being killed, and you have newspaper headlines screaming, 6 people dead, 10 prisoners, mutilated. And those are very hard pressures to withstand, because you're then being accused of censorship or cowardness or inability to do your job. So what is the BBC doing? Why is it being, so kind of slow to come forward? So those are the kind of pressures that can sometimes drive journalists to try to kind of, push the boat out and try to kind of really, it just can make their job very, very difficult to figure out what's exactly going on. And I think, in that case, when the inquiry was held, it was found, some of the papers were held hugely to have been very irresponsible over their reporting of that. But it did, I would say that we occasionally did say there are reports off and did use some of those lurid details, which maybe in retrospect we maybe shouldn't have done. So that's just one example of the pressure of deadlines. I mean, other examples are, sometimes we get it wrong, we just do, and we need to say we got it wrong. And sometimes it's not because it's obviously clearly not deliberate, or it's not necessarily a responsibility. I remember a story we did in Northern Ireland where we reported that one of our politicians had been questioned by the police, which is not unusual in Northern Ireland, let's face it, for a senior politician to be questioned by the police. But in this instance, the story had come through one of our correspondents who double-checked very good sources. Correspondent had a very, very, obviously very good reputation of always getting their stories right. You're a journalist, you want to be first with the stories as well. So we had the story to ourselves. We checked it, we discussed it, we went with it. Within 5 minutes, I was on the phone, red-faced and apologising because the senior politician hadn't been questioned. And it turned out that it was a misunderstanding between the journalist's two sources, and so an incorrect piece of information had been relayed to him. But that didn't really matter, we got it wrong, and we had to apologise. So that's how sometimes, when people talk about journalists' motives, that was just a very honest mistake, and we had to hold our hands up and say, yeah, we got it wrong. And no journalist likes doing that, but sometimes you just have to do that. So I think that it's, when you think of, stories like the Scottish referendum, for example, and we now have it with Brexit. There is a huge demand from the public on journalists to tell us the facts, tell us the information. So I remember in the Scottish referendum, people kept saying, well, look, can't you tell us, will the economy be better off or will it be worse off? Now, we do rely on, organisations like Linda's to help us with that. But actually it's incredibly difficult because, as you know, you can have the facts and you can have 4 or 5 different interpretations or projections of what those facts mean and what they might lead to. And all that you can do as a journalist is to put them out in a kind of as honestly as you can, as make the judgment that you think that makes the most sense, and allow the people, i.e. the public, to make up your mind. It's not a journalist's job to tell the public how they should be voting in any referendum or in any very complex case that's going on. So Brexit was the same. We knew that, when we started, there'd be a huge demand from the public for us to tell them, as the BBC, impartial, independent journalism, tell us the facts. Well, we will, as independent, impartial journalists, say, these are the facts as we know them. But that doesn't mean that we can tell you there is carte blanche, this will mean X for the British economy or this will mean Y for the British economy, because it's just impossible to do that. And people themselves need to make up their own minds and make their own judgments in the end. And I think that sometimes there's a misunderstanding in that, and then people think that journalists aren't doing their job properly. And those pressures have increased, and it's one of the reasons why it's great to see an organisation like Fact Check up and running, and the BBC has also established its own fact-checking group of journalists to do precisely what was talked about earlier, 60% of the trade, or 60% of people in Northern Ireland, are against Brexit. So we've got to check those kind of facts. And I think another thing I'd like to say, a lot of the pressure on a journalism is something that Alan referred to, which was the kind of herd mentality. It's very easy in a newsroom to have that kind of groupthink. If you think of back to the RTE example of the Mission to Pray programme, that was, the journalists set out in good faith to do a programme about allegations of historic abuse, had a couple of case studies, and thought that they had a watertight case there, but clearly they didn't. But you can kind of see how it went along, that it seemed to them inconceivable that this missionary priest hadn't committed these offences given the strength of the testimony they had against them. And in retrospect, maybe they should have checked a bit more. But it can be very, very easy as a journalist to get into that groupthink of any newsroom. And again, it was one of my jobs as an editor and as a head of news to be vigilant about that and to try to make sure that we did ask enough searching questions before we went to air with the story. And hopefully we did, or we always do try to do that. Another point about journalists, most journalists in my experience are pretty bad with statistics. We're not really very very statistically literate, and that's why, again, an organisation like Linda's is great. We're getting a bit better. I think we've realised that it is a very important skill for people to have. But one of the worst kind of stories that you get based on so-called facts or surveys. And again, it's you just always need to be vigilant about figuring out what's the context, who's been surveyed, what's the question being asked. And it's one of the reasons that the BBC will never allow journalists to lead with opinion polls, because they're opinion polls, they're not absolute facts. And so I think that, as time has gone on and we've got more and more attacks on journalism, which has come, let's face it, from the fake news syndrome, I think that people are much more conscious of the need to even triple and quadruple check facts so that we can be sure that the stories we put forward are accurate. But I don't think anybody should be in any doubt that that's journalists want all the time to get their facts right, but to be able to bring you, important, informative stories told in a way that just helps inform your worldview of what's going on.
So, well, thanks very much. I just want to thank all of you for coming and to thank our guests for their time with us today.
So, hello everybody. This is a rather unusual way to communicate, and indeed the topic I'll talk about reflects the current times we're in, which is essentially what are the lessons we can learn from the responses by states and populations to the current COVID-19 pandemic, and what could be learned, particularly in relation to some of the habits that people have got into, the ways in which we can now, as citizens, see that things that were often said to be impossible, such as government, helping ordinary citizens through economic crises, considerations of mortgage, holidays, the renationalisation of sections of the private healthcare system, as in Spain, and so on. All of these things are now up for grabs. It seems we're in an extraordinary moment, which obviously is going to result in quite a lot of human suffering and death. Let's not forget that. But the point I'd like to raise in my comments are, what are the positives that could be taken in terms of the responses to this crisis, particularly in relation to, as I say, the habits that citizens perhaps have developed, particularly in view of what states can do, but also that the powers states now have demonstrated that they do possess, and they're not as powerless against market forces or business as usual as many of us tend to think that they are, and particularly the importance of these habits by citizens, new ways of living enforced on many of these are, but also what states can do, particularly to help us to move with the same emergency measures and determination on the much bigger crisis that we face, bad and all as the pandemic will be. And we don't know how long that's going to last. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 18 months. The destruction wrought by this crisis, I think, will and does pale into insignificance when compared to the already huge numbers of people who are suffering and dying and will suffer and die as a result of the climate and ecological emergency. So in a way, that's what I want to talk about. What are the lessons that can be learned, and in particular that we don't simply return to the status quo ante once the crisis is over. I think this is a generational defining moment that we're in, to see that we can create a better society if we all pull together with determination. And in particular, it's interesting to note that we've had the declarations of climate and ecological emergencies by many nation states, for example, the Irish Parliament, Westminster, France, the European Parliament as well, Belfast City Council, and many councils here in Northern Ireland and in England, Wales, Scotland, and the Republic have all declared these. But how would citizens know that they were living in a jurisdiction where a climate and ecological emergency has been declared? Well, in my view, what we're now experiencing with the coronavirus pandemic and responses, this is what an emergency looks like. What was once unthinkable or seen as beyond the pale is now not only possible but absolutely necessary, where as societies are now moving to displace other goals such as economic growth and so forth and competitiveness, with the importance of getting resources to people, particularly via our healthcare systems, which of course I think have been shown to be populated with people of the utmost integrity and demonstrating degrees of diligence and humanity above and beyond the call of duty, but also how badly starved they've been for quite some time of the necessary resources due to austerity, particularly in the context of the National Healthcare Service in Britain and Northern Ireland. I'll read you out some quotes which in a way captures this extraordinary moment. We have one from Boris Johnson: at all stages we have been guided by the science. Arlene Foster, the First Minister: we need to listen to what the science says. It's a war. That's a quote from an Italian medic. And then this extraordinary statement from the Irish Taoiseach Leo Varadkar. And he says, I know that I am asking people to make enormous sacrifices. We're doing it for each other. Together we can slow it in its tracks and push it back. And together as one nation, we can save many lives. And what's interesting about all of these is that imagine the same statements being applied to the climate and ecological emergency. That the likes of Boris Johnson and Arlene Foster are going to listen to what the science is telling us, and it's fairly clear. It's about reduction rapidly and at scale of carbon emissions and greenhouse gases, which would require shifting from private car transportation to public transportation as quickly as possible, divesting pension schemes from the fossil fuel industry and the planned retirement of that particular industry, because the continuation of fossil fuel exploration and that industry is simply incompatible with a climate stable world. Whereas we don't see the same determination when it comes to climate as we see now with the issue of the pandemic. And that's quite interesting to say the least. And again, I hope that populations and citizens living through this extraordinary moment remember this is what people and politics and the state can do when it acts in the context of an emergency, a real, clear and present danger that's a threat to our ways of life. And that indeed you could say there is a read across from the pandemic being focused on the preservation of human life and the public health emergency, to see that being extended now into the planetary health emergency that we're going to have to deal with fairly quickly. And the issue here is that why are politicians acting on the science, acting with such speed and determination on the COVID-19 crisis, and they haven't done anything remotely like this around the climate and ecological crisis, about which you've had science for the last 3 decades or more, indicating that the problem is getting worse, indicating we need to divest from fossil fuels, we need to move away from a heavily carbonized food system, we need to start restructuring our economy in a more low carbon direction, and we haven't seen much by way of actual action, although quite a lot of rhetoric around these issues, particularly in terms of the declarations of climate and ecological emergencies, as I said earlier. My own view, and again it may be shared by others watching this, is that life will not be normal after this. This is a rule breaking, a paradigm shift moment in terms of how we as human beings in our different societies live, work, think about our views of the good life and what a good society is. All of these things I think are now up in the air at this moment as we face, hopefully with diligence and resilience and humanity, the threat that now faces many people around the world. You take for example what's happening in Italy. On the one hand, it now shares with China this extraordinary upside of the pandemic. Many of you may have seen that NASA took satellite photographs of China in terms of air pollution, particularly nitrous oxide, and showed that the comparison between December last year and January, February this year was like chalk and cheese. The earlier one was just smog as a result of the fossil fuel, largely coal-fired industries and factories in China. But then as soon as the pandemic hit, obviously those factories couldn't continue as people were self-isolating and so on, and you begin to see the air clean. And actually there is some evidence to show that while the pandemic has certainly caused a loss of life in China and will do over the next couple of weeks, although it seems that China has now reached the peak and is coming down the other side, there is an upside in that probably more people will be saved as a result of air pollution levels decreasing. And this is coming out of a report from Stanford University. And the same thing has happened now in Italy, particularly northern Italy, as a result of the public health emergency. The economy has been put on hold and air pollution has increased as a result of using less fossil fuels, not just in terms of industry, but also in car use and so on. And it's remarkable to think that it's taken a disaster like the pandemic to actually improve the ecological balance and the ecological quality and air quality of many people around the world. And it does give us pause to think, why should this only happen now in the context of a disaster rather than it being a planned and managed process of moving away from fossil fuels, as again the science has been telling us to do for many decades. And in many ways, the changes to the lives of citizens also gives an insight into what perhaps is going to be needed and should be needed as we make more determined action to do with climate, in terms of citizens have a greater appetite, I think, for radical action, such as what we're seeing around the world in many societies, than governments often outside of wartime actually give them credit for. That citizens are, so long as it's been explained what's going on in an open, transparent way, there's no egregious inequalities within whatever tough decision that the government is going to make, that populations can make radical changes very quickly. I mean, who amongst us listening in here tonight thought that 2 weeks ago this is how this talk was going to be? This was going to be a face-to-face standard talk at the university next Tuesday, and I certainly wasn't going to be talking about the COVID-19 pandemic and its connection with climate and ecological breakdown. And therefore we're in a very, very different position fairly quickly. And while we're still all adapting to these new ways of life, homeschooling, not going out as much, social distancing and so on, people are resilient. People are smart, they're not dumb. The crisis certainly has brought out the best in people in terms of communities coming together. Yeah, let's not forget that some of the aspects of the worst has come out as well. I can't for the life of me think why we may remember this moment as the bog roll crisis, in terms of suddenly people stripping our supermarkets of toilet rolls and pasta and dried goods and so on. And just on that point, it's quite interesting to note that, as far as I can make out from reading and watching the news on this issue, the same run and panic on food that we see in the UK and to a lesser extent Ireland wasn't witnessed in Italy, and certainly not in China. And what does that say about our societies? Does it indicate a lack of trust in government and corporations, particularly the five multiples? In case you didn't know, there are five multiples, major companies that control about 90% of the food supply in Britain in terms of supermarkets and so on. Is that what was going on there? Or is it that we now have become so individualized as societies that people felt that the only way they could protect themselves and their family was by each person for themselves? I'm sure anthropologists and sociologists will be analysing the response for years to come in terms of how different people reacted. But my own view is that on the whole, people have behaved responsibly, calmly, and also that the state has managed this crisis as best as it can, despite the underfunding of the NHS, despite, certainly here in Northern Ireland, considerable amounts of confusion around the closing of schools, and now the schools are closed, but are they going to be open for key workers? They have to have one member of the family as a key worker, or two, and so on. So I think really, if the RHI had indicated anything at all, and fair play to Sam McBride's book, if you've read it, Burned, about the RHI scandal, which certainly indicated the complete lack of competence of our political class and indeed our policymakers and civil servants. The crisis here in Northern Ireland hasn't also demonstrated confidence and leadership that we need, particularly a frightened population needs at this time. And one issue I think is quite important in terms of the connection between the discourse around the pandemic and how this could be a salutary lesson for the climate and ecological emergency is how quickly the frame of flattening the curve has come into our popular understanding of how we should respond. That we need to delay the peak, bring down that peak of how many people are going to be infected for as long as possible to enable our particularly cash-starved and underinvested national healthcare system to be able to deal with it. And I do think that it has been intuitively appealing for people. They can understand why it is that they're social distancing, working from home and so on, as part of a collective effort to flatten that curve. And particularly where it's very clear, and I think a good job has been done in terms of communicating, the public's response and responsibility around this, is that it's not about the majority of the population not getting ill or in fact stopping the virus. We have no cure for it, but it's about extending when that peak will happen, flattening it out so that it's longer rather than shorter in time, and that really who we're protecting are our most vulnerable, our elderly, those with immunosuppressant conditions, respiratory problems, and so on. So this is about individual action in the service of others, and I think that also is something that has been quite remarkable to witness, and does give you hope in humanity that people can act in this other regarding manner. But I do think this flattening the curve logic or frame can actually also be used in the climate crisis. If you look at any of the climate science, it's usually a series of projections of business as usual, of fossil fuel use going up and greenhouse gases and the Earth system becoming more and more unstable as we reach 1.5, 2 degree, and then other graphs showing as well, this is what you have to do in terms of to get to net zero by 2050 or 2030. And I think the same argument should be used and presentation and visual imagery of communicating to citizens, this is how we rise up, understand and cope with and get beyond the climate crisis and deal with in terms of bending the curve down. If flattening the curve is the logic of the pandemic, bending the curve down has to be the logic and aim for societies and individuals in terms of meeting the challenge of the climate crisis. There's also another, interesting dimensions of the pandemic that I think are relevant to dealing with the climate and ecological emergency. One is the mobilization of the society's assets and resources towards different ends than which they're currently configured to do. So the classic ones that stand out that may be familiar to people listening, on the one hand, we desperately need ventilators. There's not enough ventilators to be able to deal with those who are going to get critically ill as a result of the virus. So therefore, there are many engineering firms who are currently making, JCBs is one that has been mentioned, but the other engineering firms currently making different commodities that they need to be reconfigured to be able to make ventilators, which is what we need at this current moment. And there has been some, in my view, rather weak gestures in that direction by the UK government in appealing to engineering firms to consider making these ventilators, which stands in stark contrast to the more determined action of the Spanish government, who simply renationalised large swathes, if not all, of the private healthcare facilities in terms of expropriating or reappropriating those resources to mobilise them in a very different direction than they were before. Or you can see in a more, I suppose, I'm not quite sure if it's PR or whether it's genuine, who's to know, but Louis Vuitton, now no longer making perfumes and so on, but making hand sanitizers. And it does give you an indication that the resources are there to meet pressing human needs, whether they're dealing with the crisis in terms of the pandemic, or indeed you could say the low carbon technologies that we need. All that's missing is a determined action by the state backed up by citizens who are demanding and supportive of this new way of doing things. And for me, I think there is quite a lot of positives that could be potentially seen in this crisis, and I completely understand people may feel that what I'm saying here is completely insensitive and inappropriate, given that we're still living, we're only at the beginning, certainly here in Northern Ireland, of what's going to happen. But I do think it is important that we see how we as societies, and particularly with the role of the state is more powerful than many of us had realised, and that actually its self-imposed limits under neoliberalism and a more market approach to how society should be organised, that now has been blown out of the water. It may be hyperbole and exaggerating, but I've seen reports on the internet and so on that certainly in Italy, and maybe perhaps you could say Spain, this has been the temporary suspension of capitalism. A temporary emergency motivated suspension of business as usual. And I think that has a lot of truth to it. Of course, the danger is that once the crisis is over, we return back to normal. That evictions, which are currently effectively outlawed in Ireland and other countries, will only last for 3 months, or how long the pandemic lasts, and so forth. That radical progressive ideas like universal basic income in terms of giving people money, jobs, guarantees, mortgage holidays, all of these radical ideas which we now see popping up all over the place, which in 2-3 weeks ago would be seen as crazy, kind of a Marxist utopia in some way in terms of state intervention in the economy. These are now happening before our eyes. And that is a lesson that in the context of a crisis and emergency, it is not the free market that will save us. It's citizens and states acting together. And that to me has been the take home, or one of the many take home lessons of this, which we can use in terms of the climate crisis. But I do want to just to end on saying that to me, we're in a very hopeful moment. It is quite frightening, of course, as well. And by hope, I'm here using the term, the famous, sadly passed away Czech playwright and former president Václav Havel, who has a wonderful poem on hope. And in that poem, he says, hope is not the same as optimism. And many of us have this kind of naive view that somehow there'll be an app for that, or we'll solve many of our problems purely through kind of technological optimism. And again, I'm not a Luddite, we will need technology. But hope, as he defines it, is not the conviction that things are going to work out right. In other words, hope is active. You've got to struggle for hope, whereas optimism is more passive, where something it's going to happen, it's going to be good, the outcome is going to be okay. Either an expert or the state or a technology will solve it. But I think the issue is here that we live in hope, but that requires activism in terms of, generating that sense of a hopeful, progressive, alternative future that I think the pandemic has shown us is possible in the context of dealing with the climate and ecological crisis. Because to compare the kind of left progressive views of Havel with the right-winger Milton Friedman, who I also think is appropriate to quote at this stage, and some of you may be familiar with this quote, and it's about crisis. I'll just read it out. It says, "Only a crisis, real or perceived, produces real change. When the crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. That, I believe, is our basic function, to develop alternatives to existing policies, to keep them alive and available until the politically impossible becomes the politically inevitable." And I think now is the moment. Now is the moment to press home the idea that many of us perhaps have said over the years on marches and in discussions, but maybe didn't really believe it, that another world is possible. And we're beginning to see elements of it emerging in front of our eyes. It is a temporary window, brought about by the pandemic. And of course, the real danger is that window will close and there is a return simply to business as usual, whereas what we need to do is to break business as usual, to see that what we need is a radical step change in how we organise societies and our economies. So for me, we live in very interesting times, to say the least. I think the pandemic, we will overcome it. We are a resilient species and people. But as I say, the real benefit of what's happening is not necessarily the improved air quality in China and Italy, not perhaps even the rediscovery of community and so on that people are now maybe experiencing as a result of staying at home and so on. Maybe getting to know the kids a bit better because they're now forced to work at home and their children are at home. All of those are good, don't get me wrong, but the real prize here is to see that the state has agency, that people have agency, and that things can be different if there's the political will to do so. So I hope everybody is observing appropriate social distancing, washing their hands while singing Happy Birthday twice, or the Internationale, or there are other songs of your choice. I believe the Sash is also being used. Stay safe, stay well, and stay connected. Thank you very much, and good night.
The manse of this meeting house here at Rosemary Street was the birthplace of William Drennan in 1754. The adult Drennan lamented that what he termed the brazen walls of separation which had been erected amongst the inhabitants of Ireland by distinctions of rank, property and religious persuasion. He was to make his life's work the creation of a brotherhood of affection amongst Irishmen of every creed. Wolfe Tone and Thomas Russell arrived in Belfast in October 1791 for a meeting that turned out to be the founding meeting of the United Irish Society. They were welcomed to the town by Drennan's brother-in-law, Sam McTeer, and Thomas Putnam McCabe, both of whom are members of this congregation. William Drennan had written to Sam, informing him that he was about to form a secret society of dedicated Republicans in Dublin. But when Sam circulated this letter to the Belfast radicals, they decided to seize the initiative. Wolfe Tone tells us how, having imbibed plenty of politics and wine, he found that Thomas Paine's Rights of Man had become what he termed the Quran of Belfast Q. Tone found that while there was strong support amongst the Belfast radicals for the extension of political rights to Roman Catholics, there was an influential minority who were less than sanguine about the matter. Within a few days, at a dinner at Sam McTeer's, Tone found himself in a furious argument which lasted more than 2 hours with Reverend William Bruce, the Rosemary Street minister. Tone records in his diary that Bruce was an intolerant high priest. Tone's blow was a blow below the belt. Unitarian ministers such as Bruce prided themselves on their tolerance and their opposition to hierarchy or high priesthood. Bruce had finished by saying 30 out of 40 Protestants would be found adverse to the liberation of Roman Catholics. He also expressed his asperity towards what he called the newfangled doctrine of the rights of man. William Bruce and William Drennan had been friends in youth and managed to sustain an element of that friendship, even as they clashed publicly and privately on many political matters over the long years. Drennan had proposed to Bruce the formation of a secret society of dedicated Republicans as early as 1795, but Bruce was totally against the idea and remained so when the United Irish Society came into being 6 years later. When Drennan, along with 18 others, met in the Eustace Street Tavern in the Eagle Tavern in Eustace Street, Dublin, in November 1791, he brought along a test he had proposed to be taken by all members. The test read, "I, in the presence of God, do pledge myself to my country, and I will use all my abilities and influence in the attainment of an impartial and adequate representation of the Irish nation in Parliament, and as a means of absolute and immediate necessity in accomplishing this chief good of Ireland, I shall do whatever lies in my power to forward a brotherhood of affection, an identity of interest, a communion of rights and a union of power amongst Irishmen of every religious persuasion." The test was adopted by the Dublin Society and transmitted to Belfast, where it was also adopted. In February, William Drennan's sister, who was in Belfast, wrote to him in Dublin in a tone of near panic. "You were attacked in the public papers in your character, your religion, your head, and worst of all, your heart. And by whom? That man who, by being for years cherished as your friend, ought to have known its value. He knows, everyone here knows, you were the author of that test. And it is with pain, I add, that as such, I fear you are generally reprobated by those you most esteem here. Some who has gone as far as, when in their cups, to wish that the promoter be hanged at a time when they knew you to be the chief one." Bruce attacked the Irish test in a sermon here at Rosemary Lane before the very pulpit which William Drennan's father had once occupied. The congregation at which Bruce's harangue was directed included Martha McTeer, Sam, Drennan's mother, and many of the friends of his youth. Not content with confining his opinions to the meeting house, Bruce also published his strictures on the test in the Belfast newsletter. Martha felt that Bruce had stepped out of his way into the pulpit and into the public paper to fix the stigma on his oldest friend. She worried that her brother might be hurt in his profession and be termed a dangerous and a rebellious man. When claiming that she would not presume to advise Drennan, her brother, as to how he should react, she goes on to do that precise thing. She suggests that Drennan should consider a public answer to Bruce. Within a few days, Drennan sent a paper to Sam, which he wished to be shown to Martha and Samuel Nielsen before being sent to Joy's newsletter and Nielsen's new paper, The Morning Star. From early February 1792 until the end of March, the two old friends engaged in a bitter public paper war, with Bruce assailing the test and Drennan robustly defending it. Bruce began his first paper by quoting the full text of the test. He then comprehensively deconstructs it. Firstly, he argues that those who pledge to use all their abilities to achieve certain objectives would have no time left for the ordinary business of life. He further suggests that the pursuit of an impartial representation of the Irish nation implies that every man, adult, minor, nay, every woman would have an equal right to representation. He points out that the test supports universal suffrage, which goes beyond anything existing in America, then in America or France. His next point is that a communion of rights and a union of power would give Roman Catholics, who are 10 times more numerous than Presbyterians, 10 times as much power. Bruce went on to argue that the test was calculated to oblige men never to change their opinion, which is inconsistent with the primary right of man, the freedom of thought. Of course, freedom of thought is a core value of Unitarian worldview, which Bruce and Drennan shared. In Drennan's first answer to Bruce, his main point was that when interpreting the meaning of words and phrases, Bruce defines them only in their loosest and narrowest sense. He keeps swinging between extremes instead of taking words and phrases as they would be taken in common sense by common men. Drennan argues that the test is not a note. A note is a promise to God, whereas the United Irishman's test was a promise to the public. Bruce seemed to enjoy himself when he revised the test to reflect how he interprets Drennan's clarifications. This is Bruce's version of the test. I do not swear, but merely in the presence of God pledge myself to my country till I think better of it. I will use as much of my abilities and influence as I can spare in the attainment of a partial, which I deem to be adequate representation of the Irish nation in Parliament. I will, unless I change my mind, endeavour as much as lies in my inclination to forward progressively a brotherhood of affection, an identity of interest, a communion of rights, and a common exertion among Irishmen of all religious persuasions. Bruce then quotes at great length Drennan's 5th letter of Orellana, which Drennan had written some years previously, in which he asserted that the Catholics of this day are absolutely incapable of making a good use of political liberty. Bruce claims to esteem this letter as the most exquisite morsel of genius and eloquence that this island can boast. He further claims to esteem the author to be the most eminent, ornamental, and the ablest advocate of the Catholic cause. It is difficult to believe that this is Bruce's honestly held opinion. It might suggest the envy of one who had literary pretensions, but who never enjoyed the success Drennan enjoyed with Orellana. Maybe it is an example of what Martha described as Bruce's forte for satire in and out of the pulpit. Perhaps it was sarcasm rather than satire. Drennan refuted the charges of inconsistency regarding Catholic rights between Orellana and the United Irish Test. He invokes the Scottish Enlightenment idea that involvement in commercial society fits people for democratic government. The enlightened and advocated middle class had changed the outlook of Catholics. It might have been better for Drennan to accept that he was wrong in Orellana and had changed his mind. He would later imply that he'd inserted that piece in Orellana at the suggestion of Henry Joy, editor of the Belfast newsletter. A week later, Bruce had the last word. He insisted that as to the emancipation of Roman Catholics, his sentiments were no less liberal than those of the United Irishmen, and he never wished to impeach their intentions. He said that in commencing the controversy, he had sacrificed the feelings his feelings for a sense of duty. He finished with what he described as the words of a wise man. Faithful are the wounds of a friend, but the kisses of an enemy are deceitful. When Bruce denounced his old friend work publicly as a Jesuitical composition calculated to deceive, or when he praised Orellana as the most exquisite morsel of genius that this island can boast, were both sentiments the faithful wounds of a friend or the deceitful kisses of an enemy. For his part, Drennan never felt much hurt from the attack, and after he received a letter from Bruce, which does not seem to have survived, he concluded that Bruce had acted from pure motives. Martha was impressed when in early 1796 she read Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason. She thought Paine a smart, impudent, imposing writer who ought not to be despised. Most of what Paine had said on the Old Testament had been Martha's thoughts in childhood, and what he said on the New, in her view, would not stagger any rational Christian. Martha's use of the word rational here is important. The Age of Reason, most of which Paine had composed in the shadow of the guillotine in Paris in 1793, was a sustained invective against state religion and all forms of priestcraft, and had indeed staggered many Orthodox Christians. Many Roman Catholics and Anglicans were enraged, but E.P. Thompson, in his classic Making of the English Working Class, has observed that for all the brash provocations of its tone, Paine's work contained little that would have surprised an 18th century deist or advanced Unitarian. Although impressed by Paine, Martha saw an opportunity for her brother to gain some public credit by publishing a response to him. She saw weaknesses in Paine's polemic, particularly in relation to dealing with the New Testament. He appeared to hurry over his subject, as if predetermined to laugh at it rather than confute it. She suggested to her brother that he could answer Paine well with wit and humour, the only way that would secure readers. She had enlisted a biblical scholar, the Reverend William Bryson, who was prepared to help with dates, proofs, authors, etc. And though she invited her brother to laugh at her suggestion, she felt he could do himself honour by enlisting early as the religious adversary of Thomas Paine. For a number of Sundays, Bruce railed against the Age of Reason from the pulpit, and many believed he would publish his sermons in the form of a pamphlet. Drennan said he would be glad to see what he called the Presbyterian Patriarch's answer to Paine, but he did not trouble his heart and his head about the question. When he went on into detail about his own religious sentiments, he was at least partly in sympathy with Paine. The Romanist Church are constantly politicking, denouncing knowledge and debate and disquisition. For the restless power of reason, once introduced, brings in doubt and is apt to beget incredulity. Trust like a papist, for if you doubt like a dissenter, the same restless facility which rejects the Anastasian creed will begin to nibble at the incarnation, the miraculous conception, etc., and thus priestly lifts the latch for Paine to enter. In 1799, Drennan gave vent to strident anti-clericalism when he declared, "I believe the priesthood in all ages to be the curse of Christianity, and I believe that there will never be happiness or virtue on the face of the earth until that order of men be abolished, and until there be a greater equality of property, which may deliver the rich and the poor from the vices incident to their conditions." He had friends in the Presbyterian ministry, but even they were not spared his disdain. Drennan always opposed in principle the regime donum, the royal bounty bestowed on the Presbyterian clergy by the government. He once described it as a slow poison pouring into the Protestant dissenting churches. He told Martha, "In our churches, I have always considered the increase in the regime donum as hush money, a bounty to be quiet and to have very tolerably answered its end. I think them, the Presbyterian clergy, nothing more or less than pensioners of government. These once formidable Puritans in name and nature, these upright independents, now depend and bow in exact ratio to the bounty bears to the sum of their incomes." In 1792, Reverend Robert Black of Derry came to Dublin seeking an increase in the payments. Drennan believed that if Black was successful, the Presbyterian religion would be contaminated by the corruption of its pastors. Black had been threatened with being tarred and feathered and accused of coming to Dublin to sell the rebellion were deeply infected by its principles. Secondly, he wished to create a considerable internal fermentation, perhaps even a schism, to change the temper of the synod. Finally, he wanted to buy and consolidate support for the union amongst the Presbyterian clergy. Castlereagh believed that making the Presbyterian clergy less dependent on their congregations for their subsistence would make them better subjects than they have late years proven themselves to be. His scheme involved differing amounts being paid to different classes of ministers depending on seniority and the size of the congregation. Drennan and some of the Presbyterian elders and clergy saw this as an attempt to create a dissenting hierarchy. Martha agreed with her brother, and she denounced the ministers who accepted the bounty as fallen men. Yes, they had a station, a high one, for which it was necessary for government to overset them, and £100 a year has done it, without one honest soul daring to spur the bribe. Castlereagh's allies in the synod were Reverend Robert Black and Reverend William Bruce. When Drennan became aware of Black and Bruce's contact with Castlereagh, he described Bruce as a presbyter bishop and said that Bruce and Castlereagh were walking hand in hand in a new alliance of church and state. He invoked the great names of non-subscription of an earlier generation. Is this possible? Can the dissenters repair to their meeting houses after such a business is completed? Is it possible that any lay dissenter who preserves or is preserved in the salt of a sect can set foot into a house corrupted by such a pensionary establishment? What would Abernethy, Ducal and Hutchinson have thought of the descendants? But it is a link in a chain of events which is tending towards the abolition of such an order of men in the world. Infected, corrupted, papisticated, mankind will grow disgusted with their selfishness and their hypocrisy, as they have already done on the continent. And the tyranny of the priesthood will no longer usurp the throne of God or stand between man and his maker. Martha heard reports that the laity and elders of the synod were opposed to accepting Castlereagh's new scheme and had managed to reject it at the synod. She urged her brother to write a pamphlet to rouse the Presbyterian laity into some sense of justice and honour, that they might make better provision for their ill-rewarded pastors. Drennan refused to write on this subject because he felt that order of men, the clergy, were losing all hold over the people, and that therefore he thought it improbable that their stipends would be raised by the people. Drennan asserted that the priesthood in all ages were the curse of Christianity. There would be no virtue or happiness in the world until the priesthood was abolished. He agreed with Paine's argument in The Age of Reason that Christian miracle stories had been invented to chill the ignorant and stupid into belief. Yet Drennan remains a Protestant dissenter and a Presbyterian, and regarded himself as a Christian. The schism which Castlereagh has conspired at to weaken the Democrats within the Presbyterian synod did not occur until he and William Drennan were long dead. When it came about, finally, those who were driven out were not asked about their attitude to the United Irish Rebellion. Neither were they asked if they were Democrats or supporters of democratic rights. They were asked if they believed in the deity of Jesus. Ironically, one of those who could not answer that question to the satisfaction of the synod was Castlereagh's loyal presbyter bishop, William Bruce. The union of Irishmen which Drennan advocated evaporated as Orange Unionism and Catholic nationalism went their separate ways in mutual animosity. 200 years have passed since William Drennan's death. In all that time, Drennan's hometown of Belfast has known sectarian hatred and intercommunal tensions, often exploding into murder and mayhem. The brazen walls of separation are no longer just an elegant metaphor honed by William Drennan. No, they are the ugly physical constructs, called with no sense of irony the peace wall. These brazen walls of separation have been erected at the request of residents on both sides to keep Belfast's most deprived citizens apart.
Paddy? Can I come in? How you holding up? Sorry, that's a dumb question. When I was a kid, I always hated it when grown-ups would ask me dumb questions like that. Your mum and me, we had our differences. Even before you were born, we'd fight more often than we get along. But I always loved her, even after everything. And I'm gonna miss her too. Here, do you remember this? I tried forever to get you to come to a match. When you finally do, it rains so hard we can't even see the players. The whole thing was washed out. But we had fun, didn't we? I want you to know you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of me from now on. Whenever you need me, I'm there. Here. You hang on to that. You can give it back to me later, okay? You'd be good for your grandparents.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm Matt Turner. Somebody phoned me.
Ah, yes. You're the son. I'm sorry to have called you so early, but we thought you should come as soon as possible.
What's wrong with him?
You didn't know he was sick?
No.
Mr. Turner, when was the last time you spoke to your father?
I haven't seen him for 20 years. Why didn't you call me sooner?
He was insistent.
So what's the next step?
Mr. Turner, I'm sorry if I haven't been clear. There is no next step. We've done all we can.
So that's it then. You brought me here to watch him die.
Your father hasn't got long left. You need to take this time to say goodbye.
Hello?
Where are you?
Oh, Jen, hi. Look, I'm not gonna make it.
You can't keep doing this, Matt. It's all he's been talking about since the last time.
I know, just listen, I'm at the hospital.
What's wrong? Are you alright?
I'm fine. It's my dad. He's not doing too good.
Your dad called you? After all this time? Just like that?
The hospital did.
I'm so sorry, Matt. Do you want me to put Adam on the phone?
No, it's fine. Listen, I gotta go. I just need to be here. Tell him I'll make it up to him, okay? I just really need to be here, okay? Bye. So, how are you holding up? Or do you still hate dumb questions like that? The doctor says you're not going to wake up. You're gone. Excuse me if I don't act too broken up about that. As far as I'm concerned, you've been gone for a while now. I've had so long to think about what I wanted to say to you. Now that I'm here, I just think, what's the point? The truth is, I feel sorry for you. Yeah, I was hurt when you never came back. You abandoned me. I spent so long angry with you, hating you. But to be honest, I've had a pretty good life without you. You're the one who missed out. You missed a lot. You have a grandson. Did you know that? Yeah. His name is Adam. You're not going to believe it, but he loves football. I guess that skips a generation. Eh? He's named after his mother's father. That old man loves his grandson. Always takes him down to training. He never misses a match. He's always standing there on the sidelines giving him encouragement. Go on, Adam. You can do it. Do you remember when we went down to the football? I do. I hated that thing. It was rained and it rained. And when it was washed off, you just wanted to go to the pub with your friends. But you had to take me home. Sometimes I'm glad you gave me this photo. Because it means I'll never forget the man you were. The way you made me feel. I don't need you. I never needed you. No one was asking you to take me with you. You just had to come home once in a while. You couldn't even do that. You couldn't even do that for your only son. What kind of a father?
Thanks for coming to my online talk, the talk I was due to give in Belfast until the coronavirus crisis kicked off. I'm Adam Ramsay from Open Democracy, and today I'm going to talk about what I call manufactured alienation, the war on democracy, how people came to hate democracy, and how we should fight back. And for me, this story sort of starts many years ago when I had a job back in 2003 and early 2004 as what I would call a peripatetic chugger, which meant that I travelled around the UK, being one of those annoying people who stop you in the street and ask you for £5 a month for a charity. And I worked for Amnesty International, and in fact, that took me around Northern Ireland for a couple of weeks, getting to know lots of corners of Northern Ireland and also around England. And as a Scottish teenager, I'd not been to England much before, so I kind of discovered England that way. And it taught me to spend a lot of time kind of talking to people in the street about politics, and that the way you learn about politics in the world is just by going to places and talking to people, and that people are generally quite happy to chat to you about their views, and everyone has their own opinions, and that politics in a sense is the kind of maths of those opinions and how they're formed. And so I'm going to talk a bit about how I spent February, which was travelling around Central Europe, stopping people in the street, talking about their views of politics. And these are largely in countries like Hungary, which are run by quite an increasingly Socratic and far-right leaders often, and how it is those leaders maintain popular support, despite the fact that people from outside might think they're horrific. And I'm going to talk through some of the kind of things people said to me and how I've tried to interpret and understand that. But before I do that, I just want to quickly introduce kind of three quick ideas that some of my favourite thinkers have come up with in the past, which help me to think about this stuff people have said to me and help me think about how we need to understand it. And the first comes from the Welsh theorist Raymond Williams. Raymond Williams was particularly a critic and kind of a great thinker. And he talked about what he called structures of feeling, which you can define as the different ways of thinking vying to emerge at one time in history. He said that sort of this idea of hegemony, that, you know, that kind of there's a common sense across society is never complete. And there's lots of different ideas kind of going around that are built up through the population, through time, and through a whole load of different kind of cultural processes. And so, you know, you can go and read in old textbooks about what people might think about different problems in society, but I like to try and understand the actual structures of feeling that are arising right now, and then talk to people about why. And the way I like to do that is by just going to places, talking to people, and having, you know, writing down those conversations. And of course, that's not scientific, but I find it very interesting. The second idea I just want to introduce quickly is the concept of alienation. The Scottish trade unionist Jimmy Reid defined the alienation as the cry of women who feel themselves the blind victims of economic forces beyond their control. It's the frustration of all people excluded from the processes of decision making, feeling of despair and hopelessness that pervades people who feel with justification that they have no real say in shaping or determining their own destinies. And where people like Karl Marx, who kind of first introduced these ideas, talked about alienation in the context of capitalist workplaces, Jimmy Reid argued that the concentration of power in the economic field is matched by the centralization of decision-making in the political institutions of society. I'm going to come back to this theme again and again, and I think it's something that we all need to think about a lot more if we want to think about the kind of trouble that our democracy is in right now. The third idea I want to introduce, and it's going to become obvious why in a moment, but it might seem a bit technical at the moment, is a word, reification, which you might know already, but in kind of social science jargon, it's the transformation of a social process into a thing. So the German word that it's based on literally means making into a thing. You can think of it as thingification. And the Hungarian philosopher, I'm going to talk a lot about Hungary, so I thought I'd give you a theorist from Hungary, György Lukács, argued that reification is inherent to capitalism, because capitalism takes the sort of social processes that we're all involved in, it puts a boundary around them, it wraps them up, and it sells them back to us as a product. So you can think about, you know, the difference between liking to go for a wander in the countryside with your friends and the industry of hiking, which sells you lots of gear, or I'm going to talk about how this applies to politics in a moment. I want to think through what I call the 5 stages of alienation. And this is based largely on my experience over the last 15 years of travelling most recently around Central Europe, as I said, but also a lot around the UK over a long period, talking to people about politics in the street and in bars and cafes, and talking to strangers everywhere from Derry to Norwich and the southwest of England to the northeast of Scotland and beyond, and the kind of way that understanding has shifted in that time. And for me, the first stage, which is largely historical, is what I would call capitalist realism, which is a term coined by a writer called Mark Fisher, which can be summed up by the sort of famous slogan of Margaret Thatcher: "There is no alternative." So back when I was a student in the kind of early noughties, and when I was first spending a lot of time, whether it was campaigning or working or for whatever reason, stopping people in the street, talking about politics, the most common kinds of statement you get from people were things like, "They're all the same," or "I'm not really interested in politics," or "I don't see the point." And this is kind of a very passive attitude to politics. And people would sometimes, say that, "Oh, all these people, they just don't care." But my experience was, you talk to them, of course, that they did care. They cared about themselves and their families and their lives and people they loved and their broader communities. They just didn't believe the political system really changed anything. So they were disengaged from it. They were, as I would say, alienated from it, but it was in a very passive way. They weren't particularly cross about this. They were getting on with their lives. They were busy with other things. And often they would see politics as a kind of technocracy and a technical skill that someone else had, and they didn't have to bother with. But that began to change with the 2008 banking crisis. So that is when I think we first started to move on to the next stage, which can be summed up with, "I don't trust any of them." And so I met a woman called Jade outside the Atos building in Crewe right before the recent UK election. And she said, "I don't know what to believe. All these facts keep flying around on Facebook." Or I spoke to a guy in Eastern Hungary, this town called a guy called Zoltán, in Nyíregyháza, which is a city in Eastern Hungary, which votes for the far-right party Fidesz, which is currently governing Hungary. And he said something which almost everyone says, which is they say one thing and they do another. And huge numbers of people. So when I was in Slovakia, it was right before the general election, and the most common answer I got to the question, "How do you feel about the election?" was, "I don't know who I'm going to vote for." It was sort of frustrated. People didn't feel excited by any of the candidates. There was no sense of kind of positivity about the election. People were going to vote. They didn't like the incumbent government, but none of the opposition parties had really kind of managed to channel a positive energy. A man in the kind of beautiful mountain town of Poprad in eastern Slovakia said to me, "Everybody says things will get better, this will get better, that will get better, but after the election, nothing had changed." And so, these are absolutely standard responses, and you've probably seen them in your own lives, among your own families, among your friends. I think they also come in another form, which is what I call politics as reality TV. So a guy in Košice in eastern Slovakia, two different people in Nyíregyháza in eastern Hungary all said to me, "What are you doing here?" Politics happens, if it's Slovakia, in Bratislava, or in Hungary they say in Budapest. Politics isn't, for those people, a process that they take part in, like kind of friendship or family, only more formalized on a bigger scale, which is what I think it should be. It's how we as society make decisions together. But rather it's a process that they watch. So people would say it's a circus, it's a big theatre. And again, you're probably familiar with people in your life, maybe even yourself, saying these things, thinking about politics as a thing that you watch on your TV, or that happens in a parliament building far away from you, rather than a process that you're involved in negotiation about how we live together in society. And that's when we get to stage 3, which I think is a kind of angrier stage. I think we saw a lot of this in the recent UK election. So also at the Atos building in Crewe, there were lots of great interviews in the rain there. This guy Wes said to me, "Politics, democracy, sod the lot of them. I don't believe any of it." Now the interesting thing about Wes is he told me he reads online, he reads pretty much every newspaper every day. And throughout the election, he was a very information intensive citizen. He was following it very closely. He cared about it in that sense, but he wasn't going to vote, and he was furious. This wasn't the kind of passive, not interested in politics I used to get in 2007. This is a much more active, engaged rage. Or similarly in Poprad in central Slovakia, I spoke to his builder who said that we want choice. These men, we want choice. He was fed up with the lack of choice. And again, the tone was angry. This wasn't the same kind of passive disengagement as before. I won't vote. People swear a lot, politics, fuck off, said one guy to me in Eastern Hungary. As another guy, actually also in Eastern Hungary, said to me, why the fuck are you asking? And he told me he would normally have beaten me up for asking a question like that. How do you feel about politics? So these people are actively excluded. And there's lots of other examples of them. So I spent the 2016 American election wandering around the West Bank in Palestine, interviewing people, asking them how they felt about that election. And while Israeli settlers there in kind of the front line of the conflict were very big Trump fans and were, I would say, largely fascists, the Palestinians almost all said the same thing. They had this line which was, they'd go back through the US presidents throughout their life and they'd say, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, they're all the same. It makes no difference to us. And this wasn't the kind of passive, they're all the same of the kind of pre-crash years in the UK. This is very active, they're all the same. Or similarly, there's like the actively excluded groups who've never been asked for their vote. So I spent a couple of days going around Roma settlements in eastern regions of Slovakia and Hungary, where about 10% of the population are Roma, and they're arguably the most marginalized ethnic group in Europe, or certainly one of them. And I would ask people questions like, has anyone ever asked you for your vote? To which they'd normally laugh and say, well, no, of course not. I mean, no one cares about us. And they either didn't vote, or they only voted for often the far right party in Hungary, Fidesz, because they are the only people who had ever actually asked for their vote, even though Fidesz mobilized racism against Roma people as a key part of their rhetoric. But they bother to engage people when no one else does. And actively in Hungary, there's a kind of next stage of that, which is a lot of people are banned from talking about politics publicly. So, for example, a fireman told me that while, actually his wife told me that he's not allowed to talk to me about politics, even anonymously, because he could lose his job because he works for the state. So they banned a whole group of people, all state employees, from criticising the government. They're only allowed to say positive things. And then there's stage 4 of the process of alienation, which I think can be summarised by they're all corrupt. So about a year ago, I was in Biella in northern Italy, which is now on absolute lockdown because of the coronavirus. And the guy said to me, we're the most corrupt country in Europe. In Mykolaiv, in western Ukraine, where I was last month, a young man said to me, there's lots of bandits, they kill people for money and territory. And in the town, there were policemen going around in groups of 3, sort of strutting around with machine guns, because the previous week there had been shootings on the street. So, that is a real threat. Then there was a kind of interesting use of racist language in Hungary. So one young man said, Fidesz, they're all gypsies, implying, because he believed that Roma people, that gypsies are all thieves, as he saw it, which of course there's no evidence for, but it's a racist stereotype. And he applied that to the government, even though the government is notorious for being racist against Roma people. And I could go on, but I blame the people. Someone said too many lack courage. But the point is, there's this very angry sense the government is entirely corrupt. It's this body far away from us, and it's just corrupt. Politics isn't something we partake in. It's something that we witness, and that these people involved in it are just crooks. This guy again in Slovakia said to me, "We're all corrupt. You, me, all of us." I think that's when we begin to get down to what we might call clientelism, and I think we can begin to understand some of the politics. So you see this in Northern Ireland too, for example. You talk to DUP voters. I spent a long time talking to DUP voters in loyalist areas who'll spend the first half of the conversation telling you how much they hate the DUP before coming around to saying that despite that, they're going to vote for them. And so we need to begin to understand this. And then there's the final stage, which you might describe as fascism. And the way I tend to tell this story is that the week before the UK election last year, in December last year, I went around the north of England and I spent an evening in Hartlepool interviewing a homeless guy there who'd lost his legs because he'd been forced onto universal credit. That meant he couldn't pay his rent, so he ended up being homeless because sleeping on the streets exacerbated sores on his legs. They ended up being amputated. And he told me that there were these two teenagers who beat him up most nights. And as I was kind of near him later on the phone, he told me that after I got him off the phone, he told me that the two teenagers were just kind of past us up the street and were waiting for me to go away so they could beat him up. So I stayed with him and ended up talking to these teenagers. And they said, when I asked them why they beat up homeless people around town, which they admitted to doing, and they said, it's people like him, and then they use various racial terms, you know, people like him and I won't use the words, who make this place a shithole, they said, these two 15-year-olds. And so they like to, as they see it, clean these people off the streets. Similarly, in 2018, I was in McCauley in Eastern Hungary, and a police officer there told me that the Roma are the problem here. A woman in Poprad in central Slovakia told me the problem is the LGBT agenda. Problem is a gender ideology. Said two different young men in Košice in Slovakia who were all voting for the neo-Nazi party, which ended up getting about 10% in the election there. And the way I would understand that is that what we see is once the powerful have become so distant, when you talk to these people, what you discover is they don't even count the powerful in their equation. And so instead they try and blame anyone else different from them they can see, and that's usually the powerless. And so they end up kicking down. And that leads to the development of these explicitly fascist ideas. And so, you know, and in general, I think these processes benefit the right, because if politics is a spectator sport, then those who own the media have more power because people are watching it. It's not about things that they participate in. And that's mostly regime-aligned oligarchs, both in the UK and in Hungary. You know, that's equally true in West and East, although we tend to talk about it in Eastern Europe more, because we're taught to trust national ruling classes as seen through nationalist lenses, whether that's posh people in Britain or rich people in America or so on. And most importantly, I think, because progressives tend to argue, any kind of progressive politics is an argument that big decisions we make as a society should be made through democratic means, whether that's the state or other kinds of democracies. Whereas conservative or right-wing arguments tend to argue for decision-making through the market or through kind of authoritarian nationalism or through traditional racial or gender or religious hierarchies. And so the less people trust in democracy and the state, the more they lean towards those other kinds of institutions. So for example, a woman in Czechia in this kind of post-communist housing block right on the edge of Prague said to me last month, she said, I don't believe in politics. So I said, what do you believe in? And she said, I believe in the family. So who does she vote for? She votes for one of the kind of further right parties because she saw them as protecting the family. And similarly, we see the same phenomenon in the UK, where in the last recent election, Boris Johnson argued to get Brexit done, get politics out of the way, etc. And Labour tried to articulate this case to the many, not the few, but people I spoke to interpreted that as they're promising to use politics to give us lots of nice things, and we just don't trust them. We don't believe politics, and we don't believe we can deliver nice things. So why would we believe them? Now, I'm just going to run through how we need to understand some of this. Now, one of the tools I use to do so is the kind of investigative journalism that my colleagues and I have been involved in, because part of these processes are kind of inevitable consequences of economic shifts. So in the last 40 years, you've seen massive privatizations, we've seen huge deregulations. So it is the case that more and more decisions have been shifted away from democratic fora and into the market. That's the process that neoliberalism was. Neoliberalism, which I think is now dead, but you know, that's what we've gone through over the last 40 years. So it's not surprising that people felt politics had less power and less relevance to their life and became more and more of a spectator sport. But at the same time, that feeling has been actively played upon. So I was undercover at this dinner in London when I was investigating some dark money that was spent by the DUP in the Brexit election, which meant Brexit referendum, which many people in Northern Ireland might be familiar with, the story about the 435,000 dark money that my colleagues and I broke. And I met this guy who used to work for Theresa May, and who we discovered is now working for essentially a kind of smear operation which had run the attack ads against Hillary Clinton in the 2016 campaign and set up shop in the UK after the 2017 election, because the Conservatives got a massive fright in the 2017 election. And so they learned from America, as they always do, and they brought over these sort of smear operations to the UK. And when you look at what it is these smear operations do. You look, for example, at a story that we broke where we leaked a whole load of tapes that had been recorded by a staff member at Cambridge Analytica, the famous company that ran the Brexit campaign, essentially, sort of, and ran Trump's campaign for America. And what they say they do is they break down trust in their opponents so that their opponents' voters don't turn out. So it's very hard to persuade you to vote for my preferred candidate. It's much easier to persuade you not to trust your candidate so that you don't vote at all. And that's essentially what a lot of these operations do. So this particular man I met bragged to me that he had run the smear campaign against the MP for Kensington, where Grenfell is, immediately after the Grenfell Tower fire, so that she would stop being an articulate, I mean, this is me interpreting, but effectively that meant she stopped being an articulate voice attacking the government on behalf of the victims of the Grenfell Tower fire. And that's hugely effective politically because it pushes down the opposition and breaks down trust in politics as a whole. And as I said before, if you're on the right of politics, that tends to be to your advantage. We had the same in stories that we did investigating. So I was undercover in northern Italy last year, looking at how, where I spoke to the director of this group Citizen Go, which is a Spanish campaign group with huge numbers of online members right around the world. And what he said to me, he told me about how his strategy, I was planning to be a donor and I was offering him, I said, a six-figure sum for impacting the European elections. What he said to me is, you know, while he works very closely with the far-right parties right across Europe, and he offered to introduce me to figures from the AfD, the far-right party in Germany, and did introduce me to senior figures in Vox, the far-right party in Spain. But what he said to me is, you know, we don't actively campaign for those parties. What we do is we campaign against all their opponents. So they attack their opponents, they run kind of vicious attack adverts against all the other parties, and that drives down turnout for those other parties, which of course benefits their preferred party, the far-right parties across Europe. And they're learning that very actively from America. How do I know that? Because I met the guy they're learning it from. This guy, Darian Raffi, who's a Trump fundraiser. I also met when I was undercover at this conference. He's working now on developing technology, which can, if you go into a certain area, he says, we draw a polygon around an area like a Trump rally, although we know they do this in churches in the States as well. They extract all the data from your phone when you go into that area. So he said, we know what your favorite Netflix shows are. We know if you like Stranger Things. They get, you know, huge amounts of data from your phone. They follow you home so they know where you live and who you are. And they use that data to target you with particular adverts. And that would allow them, we don't know exactly how they use it, but you don't need to make much of a leap to understand that allows them to do what he told me they did do, which is encourage some people to get out and vote. But also the implicit other side of that is that it does allow them potentially to drive down turnout for people they think won't vote for their candidate. And so that's exactly the kind of trick they're doing in the Trump election now, he told me. And this same person is teaching Citizen Go, which works with far-right parties right across Europe, to do the same thing, to actively promote this alienation from politics, this anger at politics, to make people not trust political institutions, not trust parties other than the far-right parties that they're working with in order to help boost support for the far right. So, you know, we saw the same in the Brexit campaign to a certain extent with, you know, active attacks on some of the progressive forces there, but in particular we saw it very actively in the UK general election, and we often, you know, huge amounts of money were spent on Facebook in particular by unknown groups with unknown sources of funding, attacking Jeremy Corbyn, attacking the Labour Party, and pushing a whole lot of messages which you'll all be familiar with if you follow UK politics at all, but which meant that Corbyn went from being able to mobilise quite a large chunk of the population in the 2017 election to totally, you know, loathed and hated by the 2019 election. Now, I don't mean that Corbyn himself didn't make huge mistakes and wasn't complicit in that process. I don't mean that, you know, they didn't get things wrong, but I think it's important to understand that all the criticisms of Corbyn, which particularly resonated with people who previously voted for him, were being promoted very actively online by dark money groups whose funding sources we still don't know. And so who is it that benefits from this? Well, the one thing that's consistently true, and particularly true of the dark money that funded the Brexit campaign that we talked about, is that the people who benefited most are people who benefit from the UK's role as one of the world's leading money launderers, people with huge amounts of money offshore. So, for example, the major Brexit bankroller Aaron Banks, we know, traced his money to the Cayman Islands, to the Isle of Man, to Gibraltar, and also, a lot of people who have experience in making a lot of money from crisis, what you might call disaster capitalists. So just to give a stat from the election, from the day that the election was called, to videos posted by pages which were opposing Jeremy Corbyn and whose sources of funding were unknown, were viewed 16 million times. And it's not possible to trace how many saw their images, GIFs or memes. By contrast, anti-Brexit or pro-Labour right-riders, so that's other pages supporting Labour or opposing Brexit, only managed around 4.7 million video views, so nothing like as much. And so I think that the question is, in my final 2 minutes, what can we do about this? The first thing to say is people hate politics because politics is awful. They don't trust the media largely because they're right not to trust the media, and they don't trust our politicians because our politicians really are quite awful. People are right to think that neoliberalism has rendered Western states corrupt, as post-colonial capital can no longer rely on geographical fix, so we can't extract wealth from the global south, prop up our economy anymore. So we need to think up new solutions for the new world we live in. For me, that means radical, deliberative, and empowering democracy. And that's the opposite of the kind of British state that we have right now, which is used as the world's money laundering, which gives vast power to a very small elite. We're one of the most unequal countries in the world. We've got some of the most centralized power in the world, whether that's the House of Lords or first past the post voting system, or even the way our civil service operates. And that means, I think, that we need to change our democracy through a constitutional convention. And the coronavirus crisis is showing quite how much British politics in particular, and the tendency towards British exceptionalism, is broken. And thank you for having me.
It's great to see such a good collection of people here today to hear Caroline Magennis. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Margaret O'Callaghan. I'm Acting Director of the Institute of Irish Studies. We're absolutely thrilled to have Caroline here today because much of her career as an undergraduate, as a PhD student, and as a postgraduate was as a brilliant product of this university. We're thrilled to hear that she has just been promoted to a readership in the University of Salford as recognition for the remarkable work that she's done over the past decade. It's really exciting to have her here today, not just talking about in motion in some recent Northern Irish texts. So I'm absolutely really delighted to have you here. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you for that very kind and generous introduction. And it means a great deal for me to be back here in Belfast. I think a lot of my colleagues who work on much more sort of exotic literatures of the world get to go to much warmer climes than I do. But a few times a year I get to come home, and that's really lovely. It's also very special for me to be presenting this paper in front of both sort of my PhD supervisor from Queen's, but also my new PhD student who's at Salford but lives in Belfast. So it's sort of a nice kind of a homecoming. So as Margaret said, I'll be presenting on the idea of the body in motion or movement, and I will be focusing almost exclusively on Milkman with a discussion of a few other texts as and when they're relevant. What I'm going to basically, the sum total of this paper is arguing that something different happens with the body. And I'm going to be using what might at time appear some quite unorthodox sources to read through some of these ideas. This is quite an experimental kind of out there paper for me, but I work with a lot of colleagues who focus on movement practice, kind of somatic theory, the body and movement, and I've really been energized and galvanized by them to take some risks. So this is either going to be great or an abject failure. So I'll let you decide at the end. So Northern Irish culture then, I want to think about what is the relationship of Northern Irish culture to certain ideas of mood and of feeling, and how motion might begin to disrupt some of those ideas. Now, I don't want to say per se that, I know that around the time of sort of World Mental Health Day, there's all of this, you'll be fine if you just go for a run. I don't want to sort of espouse that kind of neoliberal help yourself logic to mental health. But what I do want to say broadly is that movement in Milkman changes things, and it changes the atmosphere, and it changes the atmosphere, I think, in really interesting ways that are quite instructive to what's going on broadly in Northern Irish culture. So the aim of this paper is really to think about the ways in which contemporary texts negotiate the past through movement. And the way in which we traditionally discuss these texts is rightly in terms of fatalities, casualties, and the ongoing crisis of mental health in Northern Ireland. Now, there's another element that's less tangible, though, and it can't be quantified in terms of statistics, but fiction in the 21st century, I think, really attends to. Now, if you think, for example, of the pervasive mood of a text like Eoin McNamee's Resurrection Man, and you don't think about the shocking acts of violence, but you think of the ways in which that text is, quite frankly, ominous and builds up this kind of picture, this affective, this picture of feeling. I'm almost tempted to use a very rhythmic language for this creation of atmosphere. We think about it, we know it when we see it. We know when a text almost kind of pulses with this kind of downbeat feeling. Now, while there's no doubt that emotional life has been a concern of critical theorists for centuries, it's clear that there's a renewed interest in what we can loosely call affect theory. Indeed, in the forms of the affect, Eugenia Brukema says that, is there any remaining doubt that we are now fully within the episteme of the affect? Now, people have talked about emotional life and feeling since, obviously Raymond Williams galvanizes a lot of this work. We think of everyone going back to the Stoics, but there's certainly new energy around this. What does it mean to feel in the 21st century? Now, in Depression, a Public Feeling, Anne Kvetkovich accepts that the terminology, when we talk about mood and feeling, necessarily bleeds into each other. She says that terms such as affect, emotion, and feeling are more like keywords, points of departure for discussion rather than definition. So I want to stray into that. It's quite often called in Milkman mood. People were moody, people got moods. And I want to think of how Burns brings up that picture, that kind of mood that she creates in the text, but then punctures it with movement. That's really what this paper is going to be about today. Because physical movement is foreground as a key bellwether of these forces. Indeed, they entirely disrupt the life of Middle Sister and cause her physical and mental harm. Now, in Kvetkovich, in her book on depression, she refers to the use of the term public feelings. And she uses that to discuss an academic project at the University of Chicago. And she looks at sort of the mood that followed September the 11th and the Iraq War. And she weaves her own personal narrative of depression in with an attempt to capture this depressive mood on the political left. Now, this is important because what we're interested in here today is the relationship between the overall mood of Northern Irish society created by the author and then the representation of individual emotional states of their characters, how the collective feeling interacts with the individual. Milkman in particular meditates directly on the idea of public feelings such as shame, fear and disgust. Like we have Middle Sister say, there was now a feeling in the room to which nobody was admitting, unpleasant, ominous, grey. She often talks quite overtly, and when I think of this, I think of the sense of foreboding that you get in something like Willie Doherty's non-specific threat, where it was noted that this work indicates a general feeling of danger. And Burns has Middle Sister quite often meditate on this sort of general feeling. And I'm quite invested in how particular affects or moods are managed and broken, and how this might relate to sort of wider questions of the Northern Irish body. Now, I'm not going to suggest that sort of Northern Irish people are the only people who sort of lack the words or the terminology to describe some of these affective states. But I'm going to argue that the heightened pressure and attenuated circumstances of prolonged civil conflict change priorities in the emotional language that's available. And I'm going to discuss the ways in which that is changed within the text. So I'm going to discuss, as I said, sort of the body in motion. And I'm primarily going to discuss running, dancing, and bear with me, yoga, as ways in which we can change the way that the body operates in these very negative spaces. Because where the body is affected by negative affect, the body is also shown as the way out of endlessly circulating negativity of social and family trauma. So, in probably the most often quoted passage from the novel, we see Middle Sister kind of meditating on what it might mean to live in this society, where she says, at the time, aged 18, having been brought up in a hair-trigger society where the ground rules were, if no physically violent touch was being laid upon you and no outright verbal insults were being levelled at you and no taunting looks in the vicinity either, then nothing was happening. So how could you be under attack from something that wasn't there? Now, this is the difficult bind of feeling that she finds herself into. She can feel that something is wrong, but is unable to act on that feeling. Indeed, the text brings us back to the inability to speak and name some of these feelings. I spoke of feelings even less than he spoke of feelings. I mustn't have believed in any of that all along. Now, one feeling that she does have access to is shame. And part of the reason is that shame is often conceived of as a public feeling. Shame needs others, and you need to feel shame that you have done something against the kind of the body public. So we're told that. I didn't know shame. I mean as a word, because as a word it hadn't yet entered the communal vocabulary. Certainly I knew the feeling of shame, and I knew everyone around me knew that feeling as well. In no way was it a weak feeling, for it seemed more potent than anger, more potent than hatred, stronger even than that most disguised of emotions, fear. At the same time, there was no way to grapple with or transcend it. Another thing is that often it was a public feeling, needing numbers to swell its effectiveness, regardless of whether you were the one doing the shaming, the one witnessing the shaming, or the one having shame done unto you. So shame is by definition a public emotion which is particularly corrosive to an individual's sense of self-esteem. And Kay Mitchell is about to release a great book with Edinburgh University Press where she talks about shame. But in some of that earlier work, she describes the function of shame in contemporary writing, where she says that shame returns us to our bodies. It is an incontrovertible ground of physical and affective experience. Shame is internal, individual, personal to each of us, while also being a feature of the external social relations that connect us to others and take us outside, beyond our solipsistic worldview, towards some encounter with the other. And it's that what I'm interested in, which is the idea of shame as this emotion which is conceived of being particularly bodily. Because Middle Sister does not have language available to her to describe the emotions or her body. Now the thing about it is she clearly knows what she wants and doesn't want to do with her body when she says, you know, not my fault though, not my fault either that I didn't find him attractive. Whenever she talks about somebody, she is so clear of what she is feeling sexually, but sort of lacks the terms and the phrases to describe this. Whenever I think of this text, I think of it being of someone who is very aware of their own body, who is running, who is reading, who is aware of what she wants sexually, yet finds herself ground down by the dominant affective mood within the text. Indeed, she says, it's amazing the feelings that are in you. And what I'm interested in is what has been lost whenever all of these feelings are elided and ground down. So it's this tension between knowing yourself and feeling in public, and how then that feeling, that mood, that dominant mood in society then affects the way that you relate to your body. Now, here comes the bit that I said in Salford and everyone was fine with it, but I'm slightly worried that everyone in Queen's is going to look at me like I have two heads. So this is the bit where I'm going to start talking and thinking around movement and how we can think about the specific things then that we can do with our bodies to kind of get out of some of this trauma. Now, whenever in an interview in Vanity Fair, Anna Burns was asked what was the one book that was most influential to her. And everyone thought she's going to say, you know, one of the books that's in the text, she's going to say some kind of big, heavy 19th century novel. And she said Light on Yoga by B.K.S. Iyengar. And I'm interested, really interested in this. Like, she describes in the interview that whenever she was 9, she went into the library looking for Agatha Christie's, but instead came out with this book instead. And what happens when you go in for Agatha Christie's and you come out with a yoga book instead? And Iyengar Yoga, she describes this style as the toughest, most techno-nonsense yoga guy of them all. Now, there's a real emphasis in Iyengar on alignment, on things being absolutely precise. What I'm also interested in is, during the Troubles, who had access to movement and what kinds of movement were done acceptably? Well, we have, whenever she talks about Iyengar, she talks about it being something that she could do on her own, because if your access to the outside world is limited, how do you move your body and how do you engage your body? So for the 9-year-old Burns, this was it. This text that she found was it, and we hear, instantly I was entranced. I brought it home that day, knowing it was something different from anything in my whole 9 years of life up to that point. I'm sure it was. Also practicing yoga, and I'm sure she didn't necessarily know this at 9 years of age, but it also does involve going against some of the strictures of the Catholic Church. A priest from Derry stated his belief that the practice would open one up to Satan and the fallen angels. And the Vatican's chief exorcist referred to it as satanic. It leads to evil, just like reading Harry Potter. Now, what do you get then when you turn towards this? And she talked about in particular how the practice gave her a real relief from her anxiety by bringing her into a meditative state, where she says, "My anxious child mind decided everything had to be done just so." Now, if we look at the date that Burns was having this encounter, this is sort of the early 1970s in Northern Ireland. We know that the area that she was brought up in North Belfast. I actually have a whole bit here where I explained to my colleagues in Salford what North Belfast was like in the 1970s, but I don't think you need to hear that necessarily. But if you think about her living in an area where the politics of going outside, the politics of traversing the neighbourhood are very difficult, the idea of having something that was heavily systematised, that she could do at home, where she could claim ownership of her own body, I think is something really significant. Because a similar precision is evident in Middle Sister's relationship with her own body as well. We all see her regularly talking about control. We see her talking about this sense of awareness. Importantly, we also witness the same sense of joy that Middle Sister finds in the French teacher and the shiny people within the text, where she says, where Burns says, "I did go to it in the initial early child days with wonder, eagerness, and love." And in the way that Burns writes about the body in Milkman, we can see directly the influence of someone who has had a bodily practice since the age of 9 and has modified their practice throughout their life. But Burns also describes a softening. So if you think about someone starting off doing Iyengar, everything has to be done perfectly. She then talks about how that practice stayed with her throughout the rest of her life, that looking back at it now, what was important and influential about this book, despite my growing gung-ho attitude to it, was that it brought yoga to me, that yoga came to me. It was just I had to learn through the decades how to approach my practice better, how to begin to understand really what it might all be about. Now, I think this has a relationship to both elements of the practice within the novel, both the punishing routines, but also, in the end, an attempt to approach herself with something that we might call self-compassion. Now, if I've established then that Burns as someone who is interested in somatic practice, someone who's interested in how the body works and how the body operates, I want to consider the low point of Middle Sister's relationship with her body before we move on to some of the ways in which the body might get us out of some of these ideas. So in the novel then, physical symptoms of anxiety abound, and it's often hard to locate precisely which part of the body are affected by which stimuli. I think in particular, where she isn't sure whether her anxiety is because of her feeling in her stomach is because of anxiety or because of the fact that she's being stalked. She says, I was being sick because of Milkman stalking me, Milkman tracking me, Milkman knowing everything about me, biding his time, closing in on me, and because of the perniciousness of the secrecy, gawking and gossip that existed in this place. Now, Sarah Ahmed talks about the power of gut feeling in her feminist manifesto when she says, we vomit out what we have been asked to take in. Our guts become our feminist friends the more we are sickened. But in this process, Middle Sister has gone far enough away from her body, that body that knew what she wanted and didn't want, to the sense that she's not able to locate exactly where in her nervous system this sensation is coming from. From her acute sense of her own body, she's been ground down to recognizing everything as a threat. Also, this episode reveals the extent to which her bodily autonomy is mediated by women. Not only is it a woman who poisons her, but also the women of the community who act to sort of give her medical care, where she says, therefore purging and guts out it became. Now, in the novel, we see men and women both susceptible to the physical effects of anxiety, stress, and trauma. Now, following her interactions with the Milkman, Middle Sister recoils into what she describes as an anti-orgasm. Now, if an orgasm can be described as a release of sexual tension in the body, this process is the reverse. As opposed to sort of a relaxed affect, there's a tense rigidity that affects her whole body, with the epicenter being her tailbone, which sits just below the sacrum and behind the pelvic cavity. This is how I'm going to get my good Wellcome Trust Medical Humanities money. And Middle Sister describes the sensation thusly. At the same time, I dismissed a strange bodily sensation that had run the lower back half of my body, during which the base of my spine had seemed to move. It had moved, not a normal moving as in forward bends, backward bends, that's someone who does yoga, sideways and twistings. This had been a movement unnatural, an omen of warning, originating in the coccyx with its vibration then setting off ripples. Ugly, rapid, threatening ripples, travelling into my buttocks, gathering speed into my hamstrings, from where inside a moment they sped to the dark recesses behind my knees and disappeared. This took 1 second, just 1 second. And my first thought, unbidden, unchecked, was that this was the underside of an orgasm. How one might imagine some creepy back of body, partially convulsive shadow of an orgasm, an anti-orgasm. Now she's attuned enough to her body to realise both the sensation of orgasm and also to realise this sensation as the opposite. If we think about sort of where these things originate, this is the same area, but where she's feeling this sensation is connected to muscles, tendons, and tendons, and ligaments. So here we see the influence of someone who is aware. Now, one of the things, particularly in yoga, and particularly in Iyengar, is there's a real interest in the sort of the positioning of the pelvis and how that relates to the rest of the body. And we also see Middle Sister aware here that her spine can move on sort of several planes, and being very aware of twisting and shuddering and contracting. Now, Burns uses the word ripple 10 times in the novel and the word shudder 12. If a shudder is a kind of trembling convulsion, an involuntary contraction of motion, then we can see this sensation also, and we see it within her father after he talks about his own sexual abuse, leading us to think about the generational legacy of different kinds of trauma. And we also see the poisoner also talking about shudders and ripples. It's clear that there's something happening to the body in this text, that the only way of thinking through it is through these shudders. So if we think of this sensation of the anti-orgasm as something so physically specific and frequently discussed, but there's a real growing body of work that looks at the relationship of stress and trauma to specific physical areas. Now, probably the most famous of these is a book called The Body Keeps the Score, which looks at how kind of trauma work operates in really specific parts of the body. Whenever I thought about this, whenever I thought of the very specific rippling, shuddering sensation, I thought about some work that I had read on trauma-releasing exercises that one of my own teachers had been talking about. And this talks about using these sort of musculoskeletal tremors to work with the body, and to bring, what essentially these theorists do is they safely, in a controlled environment, bring the body into these kind of shudders that she describes there, to kind of get these like any sort of deep-seated sort of traumatic feelings out. They claim they have the scientific studies for it, but it was so close to this sensation that there has to be something specifically in that region that we can maybe think about. So if we have someone alienated from their own body who's having involuntary tremors after being through some trauma, this is where the dancing comes in. How can we think then of the slightly more positive, happy types of physical activity that happen within the novel? So I want to look at the different kinds of them. I'm going to start with dancing, and then I'm going to finish off with running and thinking about that. So I want to think how the bursts of physical activity that we get in the novel can act as a temporary release from the inertia of living within a geographically confined area during a violent conflict. Now, throughout the novel, bodies are constrained by the spatial and behavioural limits placed both by gender norms but also by violent conflict. As Middle Sister moves through the city, she's acutely aware of which areas are dangerous and plans her running and walking routes carefully to avoid both unwanted male attention but also no-go areas. Now, in the novel, as I've said, the three main kinds of physical activity represented are walking, often while reading, running and dancing. Now, dancing is mostly explored through the depiction of maybe boyfriends' parents who left their young family for professional ballroom dancing careers. They had to escape the rigid moral climate of Northern Ireland in order to fulfil these ambitions. Now, Middle Sister muses on how certain categories of people are able to transcend the sectarian binary because of their talent. Now, what's interesting to me are the people that she mentions are mostly people on stage and screen, sports people, often people who use their bodies in different ways. Now, all of these activities involve physical prowess and stamina. It seems the exceptional body is afforded a kind of other space due to the emotional effects, the affective changes they produce in people. Sports, dance and entertainment are designed to stoke emotions and fuel empathy. Here the body is a conduit to something beyond the inert present. In particular, Burns emphasises the physicality of the dancer. With those eyes, that face, that body, the mobility, the confidence, the sensuality. Now, this seems at direct odds with the cowed, small, bent over, contracted stance of the anti-orgasm. Dancers emphasise posture, and I will talk about running and posture in a second, but dancers very much emphasise that kind of upright posture. Within the narrative then, the discussion of the dancers offers movement, colour and rhythm, which functions in the narrative to disturb the relentless grind of negative pressure that we've talked about. Now, Middle Sister's younger siblings are captivated by their performance. And now we sisters were explaining the joy that was to be had from playing Mr. and Mrs. International. Now, to dance then can be an avowedly political act, especially in a society where movement is so rigorously policed. And dance has a variety of cultural meanings. It can be a collective act of solidarity or one of individual defiance. Now, it's obviously not just in the community that we perceive Middle Sister and Burns to be from, that dance is a taboo as well. And Jan, this is your bit where we'll all take you for a dance afterwards. In 2001 then, Ian Paisley declared that dance was sinful. The dancing of the world, hugging the other sex, set to music, is sensual and clearly caters to the lust of the flesh. Line dancing is as sinful as any other type of dancing. With its sexual gestures and touching, it is sensual, not a crucifying of lust, but an excitement of lust. It is a war against the soul. Now, this taboo over movement is explored in an essay by Jan Carson, No Dancing, where she examines her complex relationship with the faith of her youth and how this influenced her relationship with the body in motion. She identifies in particular a tightness in her body that she describes as the legacy of an upbringing where there was a huge taboo around moving for pleasure. Every time I dance, I feel constrained. I feel as if every part of me is ludicrous and I need to sit down. I feel as if I'm veering dangerously close to being out of control and I can't cope with this feeling. Now, here the experience is linked in many ways to feelings of shame and shame around the body. But it ends on this, the essay ends on this lovely hopeful note where we're told, you know, the tightness is slowly losing its hold. I can't dance yet, but I'm getting there. So like Middle Sister, the movement becomes this sort of way out of this kind of, this tightness, this smallness. And I want to talk then about what does it mean to be a Northern Irish dancing body? What does it mean to move rhythmically in some of these ways? So Sarah Ahmed, in discussing Emma Goldman's famous assertion that I won't join your revolution if I cannot dance, sets out the politics of choosing to dance when your body is coded as either a victim or perpetrator. Goldman affirms at this moment dance is an affective rebellion against the requirement to be mournful, against the requirement not to live in her body through joyful abandon. This is what I call an affect alien movement. A Killjoy survival guide is also about allowing your body to be the site of a rebellion, including a rebellion against the demand to give your body over to a cause or to make your body a cause. Now, in Milkman, we can see these small moments of rebellion through movement. Another example of this is, of course, the final scene of Series 1 of Derry Girls, where the girls dance to Like a Prayer while news of a terrorist attack reaches their families. The gut-wrenching effective power of the scene that we saw so many people kind of reacting to, especially on social media, comes in the juxtaposition of fear with the joy that comes from fully inhabiting your body. In the same way, we sisters find joy and pleasure in unself-conscious dancing. And I couldn't resist putting a picture here of Strictly Ballroom, which was one of my most important films to me in the 1990s in Portadown, so you're indulging me because I'm up here. She talks about this joy and pleasure in unself-conscious dancing. This explained the colour, for there had been an explosion of colour, plus fabric, accessories, makeup, feathers, plumes, tiaras, beads, sparkles, tassels, lace, ribbons, ruffles, layered petticoats, lipsticks, eyeshadows, even fur. I had glimpsed fringed fur, high heels too, which belonged to the little girl's big sisters and which didn't fit, and which was why periodically the little girls fell over, sustaining injury. But the thing is, reiterated we sisters, and you don't seem to be overjoyed by this, middle sister. You get to be her every time. Now, the spectacle is for themselves alone. Both dancers dance as the female partner. The dancing body refuses, even for a short while, to participate in conflict. Now, in the particular style of dancing that the wee sisters are attracted to, ballroom dancing, one partner takes the lead and the other shadows their movements. But the spectacle they're creating here is avowedly queer, an almost drag pageantry of femininity where everyone wants to be the woman and the roles are easily reversed. In their childish play, they represent a movement that is unavailable to many of the adults in the novel. Now, Ahmed discusses the bodies that prance, the bodies that dance, bodies that matter, to borrow Judith Butler's terms, bodies that have to wiggle about to create space. So to move your body for pleasure is to assert that you think that you matter. And in this text, the difference between wee sister's pleasurable movement and middle sister's oscillation between running and painful paralysis is acute. So the last bit that I want to talk about today, the last sort of section of this paper is on running. And we know that middle sister starts the novel running, ends the novel running, and at various different points has this kind of relationship with her own body in that sort of a way. So throughout the novel, middle sister's emotional state can be directly linked with her running activity. She curtails her runs when she's faced with the milkman's unwanted attentions. She seeks solace and recovery in it after she has been freed from them. Running bookends the novel, and we can trace her state of mind against her physical activity. Now, she becomes more and more intimidated by the milkman. Her relationship to her own body changes, as does her relationship to the local area. I was finding myself more and more circumscribed into an incoherent, debilitated place. Now, this identifies how a coercive mood changes the body and mental state, and a combination of sexual and sectarian violence causes the world to become smaller for middle sister. Physical activity offers her a way to kind of rumble out of a dense, heavy, affective landscape and to create some space. Now, runners often aim for a lightness of stroke and a feeling of buoyancy, but running also requires a great sense of your own body. Running requires a lot of self-knowledge and awareness to manage everything from gait to timings to warding off injury. Can you tell I'm a field runner? The sense of the body in space that we have discussed. Now, middle sister's appetite for long distance running offers her the same kind of escapism that she finds in reading. Now, Burns has noted in an interview that I had always been quite fit, yoga and hiking, and elsewhere in an interview talks about her running as well. And around the time the novel was set, we also have Mary Peters, another one of these exceptional people from Northern Ireland, winning the gold medal in the women's pentathlon in Munich in 1974. Why running then? So running then, in addition to the cardiovascular and the well-noted mental health benefits, running offers a different viewpoint on one's local area. So I met my family for lunch on Sunday, and I was talking to them about giving this paper. Incidentally, my mum thinks this is the worst novel she's ever read. It's fine. She tends to read things that I write about, but she's given up on this one. But they were talking a lot about the the explosion in park runs, and they've become these park run tourists who go to other people's park runs, and how that has changed for them and the views of different parts of the city as well. And I was telling them about this novel, and then they were actually talking me through where you go and kind of the Waterworks park run as well, which was great. But running offers a different viewpoint on your local area. And middle sister doesn't just have the mental maps of sectarian geography in her head. She mingles this with a spatial awareness when she's planning her run. She always wants to get in a long enough run. She wants to properly exercise her own body. So she must balance caution with the desire to really run her body as much as she wants to. So she plots out a running route carefully in order to get a long distance run in with the pressures of rooting around the sectarian geography of 1970s North Belfast. She says, if you didn't, you were left with a curtailed route owing to religious geography, which meant repeatedly going around a much smaller area in order to get a comparable effect. Now, she is determined, however, to keep moving. That's the thing that always gets me. Like, she wants to go for a run. She wants to get out. She wants to joyously move her own body. Now, in an extension of this process that caused the anti-orgasm, that idea of recoil, whenever I think of the anti-orgasm, I just think of someone kind of bent over, kind of hunched over. And her process of bodily recoil then prevents her from doing physical activity. Then my legs hurt, so the bit by bit I pulled out of my runs with third brother-in-law. First it was the odd run, then more and more cancellations as the pain continued and a lack of coordination overtook me. It came that I couldn't anymore relax and feel myself in flow. Like the language of in flow is someone that has a regular kind of body and meditation practice. Couldn't breathe properly. Where before the act of running brought breath through me, kept me in touch, filled me up. Now, as middle sister notes here, running brought breath through her. That's something that in light on yoga, obviously anyone who practices yoga knows that that process of breathing is so vital. The idea of bringing breath through me, I think, is really transformative. Rather than depleting her, a run kind of makes her come alive. She spends so much of the novel mute and still, where the running body is fast, the running body breathes heavily, the running body is in control of itself. Now, one of the most vital muscles for running, again, this is how I'm going to get that sweet medical humanities money, is the psoas, because I have diagrams of body parts, is the psoas. So the psoas essentially connects the upper part of your body with the bottom part of your body. It's just this muscle that runs down here. It's basically, thanks to the psoas, that you're able to kind of bend, if you can bend, and get back up again. And this part of the body is obviously particularly active whenever you're running. Now, we have the kind of the pubic cradle, and we have the sacral nerve as well that comes down there, which is where seems to be the locus of some of the sensations that she's having. But the psoas is engaged every time you pull up a knee to run, like every time you pull up a knee. So instead of having this muscle which is contracting and shuddering, running allows it to be stretched and used in an entirely different way. Running offers a different kind of engagement with this pelvic region. Rather than the dark shudders of recoil, in running the pelvis should be engaged, neutral and stable. It allows her an entirely changed relationship with her own body. Whenever she's in that state of anti-orgasm, it contracts everything away down. Now, the very last paragraph of the novel is often read by many readers as inspiring a sense of hope, where we hear, "So that was settled. We fell back to stretching, which is when the others, amused by our little passage until they were bored by our little passage, pushed us out of this stretching. Meanwhile, we too resumed our stretching. Then brother-in-law said, 'Right, are you right?' And I said, 'Aye, come on, we'll do it.' As we jumped the tiny hedge, because we couldn't be bothered with the tiny gate to set off on our running, I inhaled the early evening light and realised this was softening, what others might term a little softening. Then landing on the pavement in the direction of the parks and reservoirs, I exhaled this light, and for a moment, just a moment, I almost nearly laughed." Now, Sarah Ahmed in Living a Feminist Life talks about how sort of an awareness of one's own self allows you to re-inhabit your own body. And as we noted, Middle Sister had an instinctive relationship to her own body and her own feelings before her sustained harassment. What we see here is a kind of a homecoming, a return to herself through a relationship with the body in motion. What does it mean then to come back to the body after a time spent under duress? How does it feel? And although he was writing about capitalism and economic crash, I think Mark Fisher's comment is useful here. From a situation in which nothing can happen, suddenly everything is possible again. So through Middle Sister's body, we can chart the cumulative effect of sectarian violence and sexual harassment to make the world smaller, to make the body more constrained. And the reader can clearly see how, in being ground down, we can lose our relationship with what we know to be true. As middle sister runs through the parks and reservoirs, almost nearly laughing, and that this is a tiny thing that we're like basing any sort of a feeling of hope on, we see sort of we see a breathing out. We know from our vantage point that if we kind of date the novel around the early 1970s, we know that the violence of the Troubles will go on for 20 more years. We know through the text of the novel that many of her friends have been murdered as well. But something in her exhalation of light, something in her breathing out, something in her homecoming to her own body finally allows the reader a chance to breathe out. Thanks.
I'm Alan Maben, and here as part of Imagine Belfast Festival of Ideas and Politics in 2020, I'm talking to Nicky Larkin. Nicky, you're the director and producer of a documentary about an opera. The opera was Abomination, a DUP opera. So tell us a little bit about the context of what the opera was about first, and then how you came to think that this would be a good subject for another documentary.
Yeah. Well, Abomination is an opera by Conor Mitchell and the Belfast Ensemble, where they have taken all of the homophobic stuff that have been said by DUP members over the past 30, 40 years and then put them to music verbatim. So it's an opera that it's examining hate speech and the power of language when used irresponsibly by politicians. And it was on in, first of all, there was like a 20-minute version in, I think, November 2018 in the studio on the Lyric, and that's where I first saw it. And there's a song in the show called They Are Puffs, which was one of the main numbers in the first 20-minute thing. And when I saw that, it was like, I heard it maybe twice, and it was stuck in my head for about 6 months.
I was at the concert version too, and it was the most hummable thing
that
came out of it.
Unbelievable. And I just thought the idea was brilliant as well. And I've known Matthew, who's one of the core members of the Belfast Ensemble, for a long time. I'd known Conor as well, and I had been badgering Conor to let me do something with the ensemble in terms of like video installation, something like that, for ages, sending them little pieces of work and all this. And then we had a couple of conversations, and he told me that they were planning on doing a full-length opera, and then I realised that it was going to happen at the same time as the marriage equality legislation being introduced in Northern Ireland. So I just thought that was too good of an idea, and I think it was Conor's suggestion that maybe you should make a film about all of this. So I went to Northern Ireland Screening. They were very good, and they gave me some money to get it up and running, basically. Yeah.
Okay, and one of the central threads through the performance is kind of there's an extraordinary interview by Iris Robinson, who was an MLA at that stage, kind of First Minister's wife, on the Stephen Nolan radio show when she was kind of talking about some of these issues. Let's hear a little bit of a clip of that to kind of set it in context. And I think the first voice we're going to hear will be Tony Flynn, who was playing Stephen Nolan.
The big thing about, I think it could be there. That when the couch goes off, and I was just trying to pick a moment to engage back in with Iris again.
Rebecca, I think you could The opera's called Abomination because in a very famous interview, Iris Robinson decided to quote the Bible and call the members of the LGBTQIA+ community abomination.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
These are just about to come on again.
Yeah.
Iris Robinson was a DUP MLA and the wife of former First Minister Peter Robinson.
No. Is there anything in that to go, this is a misunderstanding? I think at the start, keep coming back to lovely Iris. Okay. You misunderstand me, this is all much simpler.
The day after Peter Robinson became First Minister of Northern Ireland, as he was on a flight to London to go to Westminster, she phoned up the Stephen Nolan show.
Stephen Nolan is a local radio presenter who likes to court controversy, but this interview, I think, took him completely by surprise.
Iris Robinson goes on the radio. She says live on air that gay people are an abomination.
Okay, so what was it about this that's, I mean, you'd seen it, and it kind of, why did it pique your interest? Because, I mean, there's all kinds of things you could make a documentary about. There's all kinds of human interest. So why this one? Why devote months to kind of doing it?
I'm particularly interested in this rampant homophobia in Northern Ireland among the Christian right. I just find it fascinating. You know, in the South, we have sort of leapfrogged the UK in terms of, you know, in 1993, homosexual acts were illegal in the South, and then a relatively short while later, we become the first country in the world to vote for marriage equality. And in Northern Ireland, obviously recently things have changed, but it seemed to have been just going backwards almost. And I just find this fascinating because, you know, it's not even in the top 10 in the Bible. You know, you'd think if this was such a big issue, you know, you know, getting jealous over cattle is in there, but the DUP aren't fascinated with that. So I just have always been interested with why are they so obsessed with homosexuality. And then just such a historic moment of this long campaign to get marriage equality and abortion rights introduced, and then it's all happening at the same time. It was, and that wasn't planned, you know. It was just complete good fortune that it all kind of coincided. So it was too good to not make a film of it.
You spent quite a lot of time as they were rehearsing, and we'll kind of look at that in a minute. But there's quite a big cast this time. The concert version was kind of cut down, but it's a big cast. There's a bit of an orchestra. There's lots of music, quite difficult music to kind of learn and things. You spent a lot of time. How did you, for a documentary, you have to kind of choose your characters. You can't really follow everybody.
Yeah.
Did you start off with all kinds of people and then kind of narrow it down, or was it pretty obvious who some of the key people who would be able to tell the story on screen were? How do you do that as a director? How do you?
Well, I just wanted to pick the four main interviewees in the film are the four core members of the Belfast Ensemble. So there's Connor, Tony, Abigail and Matt. In terms of structuring the film, I really wanted to use They Are Puffs as the sort of the through line, because we see that in rehearsals, and then that's the one bit that we see in the full show at the end of the film. Because I just thought that is the takeaway. That's the thing that, as it was stuck in my head, I just thought that's, if people see this film at a festival or wherever, they'll leave with this tune in their head. So that's how I kind of structured it in terms of like the one piece. Obviously there's other bits of music in the film, but that's the one that we're going to hear the whole way through.
And did those turn out to be very good characters to talk to, and they had a lot to say? I mean, were they easy to interview? Were they happy with kind of the fly-in-the-wall nature of
I mean, they're all good talkers. They're actors, so they like being... It's easy interviewing actors because they're quite comfortable in front of a camera.
But you're an extra part of a rehearsal process that they're not used to. They're not used to people running around with a camera.
Yeah, well, I mean, we weren't there all the time. We kind of dipped in and dipped out at different points of their process. So they were very good. They were very accommodating to take the time to sit down with us and do multiple interviews in some cases.
We're going to look at another clip that'll kind of explain a little bit about the DUP, and we'll hear from Tom, the musical director, as he starts to unpack what he didn't know about the party and then discovered.
Are we Northern Irishing it up, or are we keeping it clean?
It feels like it should be as Belfast as possible.
So my name's Tom, and I'm the conductor of Abomination. I mean, I had not even heard of the DUP until the Tory pact.
They are poofs. So get the R in. They
I had no notion of who they were before that. I was like, who is this DUP?
The DUP are a party that, when I was growing up, were on the fringes of society. They were ran by a man called the Reverend Ian Paisley, who was someone that was a spitting image puppet with a Bible in his hand that was shouting fire and brimstone. They are now, the DUP, the main political force in Northern Ireland politics. So to me, the DUP are still the people that during the signing of the Good Friday Agreement were on the gates saying, we will not sign this. They're still the followers of that spitting image puppet. They're still the person shouting Ulster says no at the front of City Hall. I have a deep-grained negative image of the DUP that in my adulthood I have tried to turn around and say, look, we're all products of this peace process. We have to change how we think about Sinn Féin and the DUP. But I'll say this, I never in a million years imagined that they would be the driving negotiators for the country that I now live in.
One must assume that they do reflect how unionists feel simply because of their voting power. I don't know. A lot of working class prods I know don't understand them, don't understand their morals, their reasoning, their paranoia. Their paranoia.
This is not an attack on unionism. To me, this is an attack on hate speech. We're not making up any of these words. It is putting into the spotlight what happens when so-called respectable politicians use words carelessly.
So, Nicky, it's a verbatim piece of opera. So there's a lot of it doesn't really just pick out certain kind of key phrases, but it actually puts a lot of stuff in context and has big lengthy things, which must be quite awkward if you're a singer or whatever to have to kind of remember. But for you, did it seem important to include? You have a couple of songs nearly in totality. There, Poofs is there, but some of the other ones we hear a lot of it.
Yeah.
Was it kind of important to also give that context, so you're not just being kind of salacious with going, well, here's a really key line that'll kind of get people. How do you kind of factor that in?
Well, what I decided to do was I included, at different points, I included the original interviews with Iris Robinson, where she's talking about, homosexuality being an abomination, and another point where she's offering psychiatric help to gay people. And then what I did was I wanted to show how that translated into the libretto piece. So I kind of focused on using those bits, and I have subtitles on certain parts of the libretto, because I think, for me, having heard it now maybe 16,000 times, I take it for granted that everybody else knows what's being sung. But I think it's actually quite powerful when, apart from listening to this beautiful music, you see the really hateful. It's this sort of real interesting juxtaposition between really beautiful music and really hateful words that are being sung, and I just thought it was interesting to sort of highlight that to the audience.
There's even a point where Conor Mitchell kind of says that some of the phrasing used by the politicians was actually it's beautifully written, beautifully crafted as words, and just very hateful and offensive to hear. And that's interesting. So in many ways, it's a very complementary documentary to the opera. You follow many of the same kind of principles and a lot of the same style that they're putting on stage, you're putting on screen.
Yeah.
Was that conscious, or is that just kind of?
I think in terms of this documentary, it was quite different from stuff I've done previously, because it was much more fly on the wall, even though really there's, I'm a bit funny about that phrase, fly on the wall, because no matter what you're filming, you're still making conscious decisions about what you're going to use. But in a sense, it was more like that, because we had a really loose idea of what was going to happen each day at rehearsal, so it couldn't be too planned, So it was, in terms of anything else I've made, it was the most sort of free-flowing process of just capture a load of stuff, and then it just came together in the edit, which was a brutal, long process, because there was no real structure, no real plan. It was just a load of stuff, and then just try and craft a narrative from that.
Okay, there's quite a lot of characters on stage. We have everybody from Iris Robinson, we have probably some special advisors, we have Stephen Nolan, we have all kinds of other kind of people kind of crowding around. And let's kind of see another clip for those who didn't get to see it either in the theatre or haven't yet been able to see your documentary, because with Corona that's on hold for a little while. So let's look at another clip for a minute. So, Nicky, what are some of the challenges in filming this kind of thing? Because whether or not it's fly on the wall or behind the scenes, you're kind of popping in and out of quite a long and quite frantic, and in some ways we see it's quite a difficult rehearsal. Some of the music hasn't actually been written when they start rehearsing, because that's how Conor works. The last 15 minutes is kind of made up on the fly, kind of seat of pants before it finishes. So what were some of the kind of challenges in doing that?
I suppose the main challenge was trying to decipher when was an appropriate time to get up close and when was an appropriate time to just leave them alone, because particularly as the process progressed and they got into the lyric. There was one day we were filming in there, and you know, you were always on a fine line of you felt like, well, maybe I might get a slap if I go up and ask a question now. Or if
I think some of those characters could have,
it was a real risk. So that was, you know, and they were very patient and they were very accommodating, but we still needed to be mindful that they were under this huge amount of pressure, and it wasn't really all about us and getting our film. We were there sort of like trying to get whatever we could without interfering with their incredibly stressful process of getting it on stage in such a short period of time.
And I mean, does that add something to it? I mean, I suppose it's I mean, where they rehearse, it's a freezing cold, deconsecrated church. It has probably no heating in it.
No, they had heating this time.
But did they have heating? Have learned?
They made that mistake the last time.
But it's a kind of it's quite an interesting environment though to be, because what they're singing about, the fact that, if you like, you've kind of said Christian right or whatever, or kind of against this, but you're in a church. And was that kind of good visually for you?
Yeah, it definitely added hugely to it, because a lot of the stuff is based on scripture. A lot of it is coming from that place of, well, God says this, so therefore, so it was very interesting to do it in this church essentially, and also to do it in East Belfast, in a heartland of DUP support base. You know, only like 100-200 meters away is the big loyalist paramilitary murals and Freedom Corner, and you have like the Harlem and Wolf Crane, and so that kind of added to it. Even the fact that we weren't allowed to show the outside of the church, because it was all quite a hush-hush operation what they were doing in there. So that added kind of to the drama of it all, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's a building that I've seen. I've seen kind of beautiful music from bands in it. It's got really good acoustics for kind of guitar stuff. But I've also seen pretty unexpectedly raunchy dance in it as well, which kind of takes the eyelids off you.
Our sound recordist Terry Grew would really argue with you about the good acoustics. He had it's a nightmare of a place to actually record.
Yeah, voices, I'm sure it couldn't be good. But it's something. It's powerful with that, but it's also. I just find it, kind of looking at it on screen again, it was very picturesque.
Yeah.
And if it had been in any other hall, it would have been a very different show. It really kind of adds something to the whole thought of it.
And it's worth mentioning our brilliant director of photography, Jenny, who also shot my previous Becoming Cherry, and she gives such a brilliant look to it all. Yeah.
Did it surprise you when you Becoming Cherry looked at kind of Matthew Cavan and Cherry on top of things? So as a drag artist and what that's like, and I guess his story is living with HIV and so on.
Yeah.
Did you learn more about him as you kind of went back and realised, well, he's also a singer, he's also a talented actor?
Yeah.
In what's kind of quite a traditional, it's opera. It's not as flamboyant as Pride or some of the clubs.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about Matthew is, and particularly Cherry on top, is that's the difference between Cherry and other drag acts, in that Cherry sings. You know, it's not like miming, and Matthew has an incredible voice, and he's an incredible actor as well. So I think. You know, obviously Becoming Cherry was about that one issue, but there's a lot more to Matt than that one issue, you know.
As a document, we're in a funny position that Abomination, it was kind of sold out 4 or 5 shows last year as part of Outburst. Your documentary will hopefully, when cinemas open, be able to be seen by some people. Are you going to take it around festivals, or what's your hope for actually getting it out?
Well, I would like to have a good festival run with it, and maybe find a home for it then, in either streaming or maybe broadcast. But I have no idea what that looks like at the minute. You know, the whole world has come to a standstill at the moment. So I mean, even all the film festivals are being cancelled for this summer. So. I think we just have to take a deep breath and wait for a few months. You know?
As you were making it, it's about 45 minutes long, so it's kind of it's longer than a short, but it's not as long as a feature. Yeah. Did you always think it would be about that length, or
no?
Why? Because it feels quite short in some ways, and yet it's kind of perfectly formed and it tells its story. But why not longer? Why not shorter? Or
I really didn't have a plan starting out as how long it would be. In fact, I thought it would be a lot shorter, but there's there's too many different storylines in there.
You couldn't get Connor to shut up.
You're
being very polite. Yeah.
There's a lot of really important storylines that I had to take out and put back in, and shown it to people, and they said, no, put that back in or take this out, and so it wasn't I didn't ever set out to say it has to be 44 minutes or whatever. I thought it would be less than a half an hour. Maybe it should be less than a half an hour, but I didn't let the time dictate. I just told the story and then see how long it is.
Okay, you've mentioned They Are Poofs. It's definitely the most hummable song that I think everybody who went to see the concert version came out, because it happened near the end, and it's just the music, the way it works. But let's kind of take a bit of a listen to that as we see it in the 2019 rehearsals, I think.
There's a song on the show called They Are Poofs, which is kind of Rossini parody pastiche, and it's taken from an infamous quote by Sammy Wilson, who is currently spokesperson for Brexit with the DUP, where he was asked for the use of City Hall by Gay Pride, and he said,
"They're poofs. I don't care if they're ratepayers, they're perverts."
But I thought it was beautifully eloquent as a sentence in its succinctness. He doesn't go into the normal rhetoric of, I disagree with this way of life, this is an abominable practice. He just goes, they're poofs. I go, well, fair enough. Okay, so let's muse on that.
My name is Matthew Cavan, and I am a member of the Belfast Ensemble. We're rehearsing in an incredible deconsecrated church in East Belfast, and East Belfast is like the homeland for the DUP. I don't think many of the neighbours know that what we're doing in this building. We're not publicising it outside, and it's also amazing because there's so much in the text where the DUP quote scripture, and to be able to create it in a church, there's something very powerful about that.
You want some improv around here?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Are we Northern Irishing it up, or are we keeping it clean?
It feels like it should be as Belfast as possible.
So my name's Tom, and I'm the conductor of Abomination.
And they are.
I mean, I had not even heard of the DUP until the Tory Pact.
They are poofs. So get the R in. They
I had no notion of who they were before that. I was like, who is this DUP?
That's it's an original quote. It's the whole show. All the words in the show are from politicians over the years, over 30, 40 years, as they've said stuff. Why that song? Why did you choose that song to be the one that kind of was the narrative? It's the one that we hear twice, kind of in rehearsal, and then we hear it kind of on stage again. Because there are other quite powerful bits of imagery, particularly some really theatrical stuff as well later on. But why that one? Because did you fall in love with it?
Yeah, I did, but also because the power of it's just so offensive, I thought about calling the film They Are Puffs, because it's just so offensive. You go, what?
Yeah, you wouldn't say that these days. I can't think of a circumstance that anybody would
and this
use
is
that
like
language.
a elected representative, and Sammy Wilson, and he said it in, I think, 1992, when Gay Pride asked for the use of City Hall for an event, and he said, I don't care if they're ratepayers, they're perverts, they're puffs, you know, they're not getting the haul basically. And that's just insane that an MP, well, you know, whatever he was, an MLA or an MP would get away with saying that and never be pulled up on it. And I don't think there's many other countries in Europe where elected representative could get away with that sort of language. But then it's married with this really catchy, brilliant music, which is the power of the opera in general. But in my mind, it was my favourite piece basically, and I just really, I mean, it was stuck in my head for so long.
It was a gift
yeah,
to the
total gift.
visually, as well as and were you surprised? I mean, as you'd seen the show beforehand, you'd seen the rehearsal, or you'd seen the kind of concert version, the shortened version beforehand. Were you surprised by this whole kind of process as you got to know it more intimately, as you realised about how the music differs from the words, how the cast themselves, their own lives and stories are quite caught up on this? You captured some stuff with some of the cast kind of saying just how it affects them to kind of day after day have to sing this stuff in rehearsals that actually hurts and is quite offensive, and in some ways even the most offensive because of who they are and the particular lines that Conor has given them. It's quite, well, he wasn't kind with how he kind of let it out. Were you surprised as you kind of learnt about that to realise that this isn't just a show, this was quite a personal statement?
Yeah, I mean, it was all very personal, and Conor had he had printed out the entire Iris Robinson interview, and he had it stuck to the wall in the church.
Because she spoke on the radio for about an hour, if I remember, maybe an hour and a half.
This was like...
Then phoned back another day and made it worse. So, I mean, it was tons of this stuff, of which he uses an enormous amount. But
the show is very much centred around that one phone call, but other bits and pieces as well. But he had this whole interview printed out on the wall in the church as a constant reference point to remind the cast that this is all real, you know, which was very important for them, but also made it more difficult for them. That this isn't imagined, you know. This is all real. They're not making anything up here, you know.
And did it make you think that you want to do this again? That there are other ways of, you've kind of said, I mean, you came at this with you weren't making an impartial kind of, well, on the one hand and on the other, we'll have to wait and see. You weren't kind of making that kind of a documentary, you were doing one which was very authored, you had a particular viewpoint when you started, the narrative fits, and you carried on. But did it make you think that's definitely you want to explore this more? Are there other aspects? You've done kind of Cherry, you've done Abomination. Are there other aspects of how kind of the bias and kind of homophobic stuff, or is that out of your system now? That
I think it might be out of my system, but I think
you've had your rage.
Well, the rage isn't gone, but I think that Northern Ireland is very interesting because there's so much stuff here that is worthy of examination that isn't about the Troubles, and I think people. Coming from the South particularly, we have this idea that any film or any documentary about Northern Ireland is going to be about the Troubles. So I think it's very interesting to be making work up here that isn't about the Troubles, but is about all this really fascinating microcosmic quirks of Northern Irish society.
And yet many of those statements that were being made that were part of the verbatim lyrics were actually made during the Troubles, during the peace process. You know, some of it's very old, there's stuff from kind of Jim Wells quite a long time ago, and then it works forward and there's still, you know, it kind of probably finishes a few years ago in a sense of the most recent things, but it spans that same period, and in some ways there's a kind of a gay history that is only slowly being told now that also spans the Troubles and was very different. It weaves its way in and out. And as we come to a close, what do you hope people will get out of this? Because I'm guessing there's a certain audience that will hate it because it kind of reminds them that you've clearly got a really bad worldview, and the story that you're telling is a really bad worldview, and they don't like it. But there's other people who will be kind of fired up because this is class. They enjoyed Abomination. They'll enjoy watching the behind the scenes. So I mean, do you think can a documentary change attitudes? Can it challenge? In the same way that an opera was trying to do that?
I think it can shine a light on certain things that people aren't aware of, because I wasn't aware of this stuff before I came to Northern Ireland. So I think outside of Northern Ireland, people in the UK, they now know who the DUP are. I mean, up until 2016, nobody knew who they were. But I don't think people understand quite the gravity of some of their viewpoints, and so I think it's the role of the documentary is to you know, shine a light on stuff and provoke a debate and to get people talking about stuff that maybe they weren't aware of. And whatever way they react to that is their own business. You know?
And there'll be voters who would vote for the DUP who would say that they don't agree with those kind of policies, and there'll be people within the DUP who would also say that that's from the past, people they've moved on, or that there are lots of other more progressive voices, if you want to use that phrase, within it as well. That doesn't really get captured either in the opera or the documentary. It's quite I suppose it's one-sided in a sense, but it's pointing out the words. And
yeah, but it's not a hatchet job. No,
yeah.
Because I don't see it as a hatchet job, because nothing is made up here. You know, this is all stuff that's already in the public domain that Conor and the Belfast Ensemble unearthed after a huge amount of research. So it's, you know, it's not like we're putting words in anybody's mouth or we're sort of defaming anybody. I mean, they've put all this stuff out there themselves, and some of it is very recent. You know, it's not like it is all 30 years ago. I mean, you know, I was up at Stormont on the day that they were, you know, the DUP went back to Stormont in November or October with the aim of blocking marriage equality in Northern Ireland. So, I mean, that's pretty recent. They hadn't been in work for 3 years, but the idea of two fellas or two women getting married horrified them so much that they made this show of going up. And so, you know, I don't think you can really say that there's major progressive elements in there if this is still their stance, you know.
I guess kind of finally, as you've been travelling with Belfast Ensemble and the kind of incredibly high quality work that they do, if you weren't a filmmaker and you were a musician or an actor or whatever, is there a position in their company that you think, I want to be that person? You know, I want to be the one with a big orange wig. I want to be Matty, kind of, you know, doing that. Or, you know, are there bits of it you kind of went, you know, I could fall in love with theatre and I want to be in there?
I think I would identify a lot more with Conor Mitchell's role than with the performer's role, you know.
So you want to be directing and
pulling the strings.
The puppet master, yeah.
I just think they're doing incredibly vital work, and very in a time when a lot of the theatre in Northern Ireland is sort of playing, and in the world is playing it very safe, because I think as a reaction to all this horrible stuff that's happening, they're kind of playing the role of a comforter. But as Conor says, that's not the role that theatre should be playing. That now more than ever, theatre should be political and asking questions, and that's its function at the moment. So I think the Belfast Ensemble are doing an incredible job in that respect.
Well, Nicky Larkin, good luck with getting screenings and Abomination, the documentary, kind of shown. And thank you very much for talking to us today. We're very safe and distant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are you a fan of the Imagine Festival?
I absolutely love the Imagine Festival, yeah. I'm very disappointed with this whole selfish coronavirus business.
And is that just because the Imagine Festival appears to be getting packed up behind us? Don't mind you, you're just kind of...
No, we've got some other people are coming on to be filmed.
Oh, well, but we've got more things to say, Pete. I mean, we're just kind of still going. It's a bit like it's a symbol that everything's probably the lights will go out soon as well,
and you'll fall down on our heads.
Yes. What'll happen next?
I don't know.
It's very confusing as to what's happening.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. So today happened to be the International Day of Happiness, and I know it maybe feels kind of at this uncertain time that we don't have that much to be happy about, but something that I'm doing at the minute is trying to keep people smiling and laughing, and honestly it makes me feel better, and I just hope it makes others feel better too. So I'm Emer Maguire, I am a musical comedian, and I thought today I could have a bit of a chat about how or why we find things funny. And then I thought I could sing you a new comedy song that I have written for this very strange, socially distant time that we're in. So there are a few weird and wonderful theories on why we find certain things funny. And I think you can't really make comedy into a formula because there's no real accounting for people who are just funny people who are naturals. But I think it can be interesting to think about some of the theories that have persisted through time about humour. And there are a couple of well-known philosophers, people like Aristotle, Descartes, Plato, the great thinker, not the stuff you used to play with when you were wee. And those guys kind of think that we laugh at things that make us feel superior, things that we feel superior about in terms of others. And that sounds a little bit silly at first, but you think about it, don't we always kind of think it's funny if we're watching a show where the character is the butt of the joke? Like how hilarious is anything said by Father Dougal Maguire, no relation, in Father Ted, and he is famously silly. He's incredibly silly. He's made out to be very idiotic. And these philosophers think, I'm sure they didn't watch Father Ted right enough, but they think that that sense of superiority gives us a form of amusement. It really adds to the amusement that we feel. Now think about it the other way around. Have you ever been the butt of a joke? Maybe in your sibling group, in your family, in your friendship group? Do you ever find that amusing? No, because at that time we are inferior in the situation. So that kind of shows you that kind of feeling superior as opposed to inferior can be something that can amuse us as humans. There's another theory that says that we find things funny if they are incongruent or absurd. That kind of makes sense in terms of slapstick humour and things, but if something doesn't really fit right in our heads, if we can't make sense of it even for a brief second, it makes us laugh. Now, the best way to think about that, I think, you know, if you do something silly in front of a toddler, they will laugh their head off for ages. You know, something they can't make sense of. Peekaboo, oh, where have you gone? Oh, suddenly you're back. It's very, very silly. You know, that's how you kind of think about it. But there's a really well-known joke that's a good example of this. So two goldfish are in a tank, and one turns to the other and says, "Here, do you have any idea how to drive this thing?" Now, originally, you picture a fish tank, so there's some kind of level of letting our brain catch up with the absurd image of two fish driving a tank. And it's not the most hilarious joke in the world, but it's perfect for explaining how jokes that kind of cleverly defy our expectation can get a bit of a smile or a bit of a laugh. And then more recently in psychology, there's this theory about the psychology of humour by a guy, and he is called Peter McGraw, and it's called the benign violation theory. So the benign violation theory says that we find things funny if they meet two conditions. So condition one, they kind of violate the way we think about the world and how it works, just like the absurd theory that I've just talked about. And condition two, it's benign, it's harmless, it's playful, there has to be really no harm intended. So the violation part can be, you know, someone saying something that they're not supposed to, you know, someone saying something and everyone giggles because they know that that's not what they're meant to say, like the classic, absolute classic Freudian slip. That always makes people laugh, it always makes me laugh. I love pointing out whenever people do it. Quite recently actually at work, my computer was broken and my boss asked, you know, well, what did you do? And I just said, well, I meant to say I turned it on, and instead I said it turned me on, and the office kind of went into this flux of laughter, and it was kind of the mix on my part. The laughter was coming from me saying something that I didn't mean to say, also kind of the level of embarrassment of saying something like that to my boss, and also kind of wishing the ground would open up and swallow me alive. So those kind of things do make us laugh as well. Think about people who laugh nervously. If you have a nervous laugh at a time you're supposed to be quiet in school, and suddenly the whole class is laughing, or people who laugh nervously at funerals. So there's that kind of violating society thing there. And then the benign part of it means that the violation part has to be okay enough to make us laugh. So it has to be acceptable. Now, that means it has to be playful. It can't be too genuinely distasteful or too offensive. So there are lots of things that you could talk about in the world, terrible things that happen, that if you mention them, people will be very offended and very hurt, that you can't make into a joke. But if there's something that it would be obvious you're being playful about and joking about, you know, you can get away with it a little bit more. So I hope you find some of those theories interesting. You know, this is the type of thing that I have lots of time to consider now that we're all being isolated. Just think about theories of what makes us funny. But to be honest, I feel that they give you something to think about, yes. But I feel like for me, I just write songs that I think are funny, and I enjoy it because I enjoy making people laugh, and I love music, and I love putting those things together. And I've kind of gone back over my songs to see if some key themes come out in the way that I write songs. And a few of the things that I've kind of noticed about my comedy and that other people notice. The first thing is that it's relatable. Now, that's probably the most frequent comment that I would get. People would say to me at gigs or send me messages on Facebook about it being very relatable, that they kind of would tag their friends or family that will relate to a particular song. And I like that because, you know, I write about my life, what I know, and situations that I want people to relate to so they can see the humour in it. Like I've written songs about being socially awkward or falling in love on Instagram, all those kind of things that I feel that people can relate to. Also, I think you should kind of present comedy in a novel way to suit your personality. Like, I feel like I don't tell jokes. Like, I've never sat down and written a joke. I kind of just, at gigs, tell stories and write songs because that's what I do with my friends. So that's kind of what I do on stage. So find your best medium would be another tip. One that I've been thinking about is the fact that a lot of my stories have a punchline, classic punchline. But then as I've been watching a few of my stories and songs back, I've noticed that some of those will be quickly followed by another punchline and then another. And the good thing about that is it makes people feel like, you know, they keep laughing, which is quite lovely. So, for example, I tell a story and have a song about being a middle child, you know, and all the horrendous things that come along with that. And as a middle child, I talk about at gigs how you're usually banished to the middle seat in childhood in the back of the car, and at that point audiences start to nod and think, oh yes, I was banished to the middle seat. And then I kind of say, well, you know, me and my brother were both middle children, so my parents started to rotate us in and out of the boot, which is another kind of bit of a punchline, and that's usually the punchline people laugh at. And as they're laughing, kind of, I throw in the fact that, you know, my dad is actually an undertaker, which means the boot is an odd place to be. So then you see people kind of taking a second to understand, and then in their head getting a picture of these kids being rotated in and out of the boot of an undertaker's car, and then people, you know, kind of get that sense that they're kind of constantly laughing, and there's a little bit of absurdity in it as well. So that's something that I like to do, kind of have a punchline, but then kind of twist the joke at the end and then twist it again so people aren't expecting it. Being topical, I think, is always good. Be reactive to current events. I kind of avoid anything offensive or too distasteful. That's just my preference because I kind of enjoy mainstream comedy. So I guess I do comedy for people with the same taste as me. Plus my ma would absolutely kill me if I told any offensive jokes. And finally, my kind of top tip for comedy is just be yourself. Be yourself on stage, but more. So now that we've talked about some of the theories of comedy and a couple of my tips, I thought, because I've talked so much about musical comedy now, that I could sing a song that I wrote a couple of days ago, putting what I've said into practice. And I know we're kind of all stuck in the house right now due to coronavirus, and I really, really hope everyone is hanging in there. I know it's a very serious time. I work 2 days for the NHS. I know it's serious in that fact, and everyone's trying really hard to do everything they can. The rest of the time I'm self-employed, so I'm also very aware that everyone has had all that kind of work cancelled. And it's great, obviously, that shows like this are still giving people the opportunity to work. But I thought that I would try and take a bit of a light-hearted look to try and make people have a bit of a laugh or a smile in a really difficult time. So what I thought I could do was write a song about some of the things that you could do while you're stuck at home. As I say, I hope everyone's hanging in there, and I hope you enjoy this. This is Lockdown. So we're in lockdown, stuck in quarantine. I'm socially distant, but I think I've always been. So here's some ideas to keep you occupied, to keep our souls happy while we're hanging out inside. Call up your sister, tell her she's got class. FaceTime your granny and agree it's terrible they cancelled mass. WhatsApp your brothers, check their money's doing fine. Text your dad and suggest he pours your mother a glass of wine. Organise your cupboards, find some random herbs and spices. Discover you'll still never use that turmeric in this crisis. Look down the sofa for an extra bit of cash. We'll need it when this is over and we're all out on the lash. We're in lockdown, stuck in quarantine. I'm socially distant, but I think I've always been. So here's some ideas to keep you occupied, to keep our souls happy while we're hanging out inside. Go on and cut your fringe, you've always wanted bangs. Who cares if it goes wrong, no one will see you're ostracized. Have a major Netflix binge, maybe learn to dance. Eat Doritos for your dinner while you're chilling in your pants. Act out scenes of movies with your dog playing the lead. Or pretend you're in Crufts and he'll win best in breed. Or get out your playing cards, have a game of Snap. Maybe donate some toilet roll unless you're full of crap. We're in lockdown, stuck in quarantine. I'm socially distant, but I think I've always been. So here's some ideas to keep you occupied, to keep our souls happy while we're hanging out inside. Try some online yoga, learn to speak Francais. Gather up your friends and have a Facebook Live soiree. Open up your wardrobe and have a fashion show. Look into the mirror and tell yourself you're beautiful. Do 100 push-ups, iron everything in sight. Eat your body weight in chocolate, tell yourself you'll be alright. Maybe make a scrapbook, learn to play the violin. WhatsApp your football teammates while you're knocking back the gin. We're in lockdown, stuck in quarantine. I'm socially distant, but I think I've always been. So here's some ideas to keep you occupied, to keep our souls happy while we're hanging out inside. Write a song about a virus that's trying to ruin the world, stealing hopes and lives and money, but it won't keep down this Irish girl. If we all just pull together, keep each other entertained, won't be long till we are out there dancing in the rain. We're in lockdown, stuck in quarantine. I'm socially distant, but I think I've always been. Just keep your head up, wash your hands and keep confined. Stay apart to stick together, most importantly, be kind. Thank you so much for listening, and happy isolating, everybody. Hi everybody, I'm Emer Maguire, and this is my song, Belfast. Lying here with nowhere to look now but your eyes. Doesn't that feel nice? Darling, our souls are electric. And I tell you, I've never met someone so like me. You say that that's likely. You find that I'm cold and eccentric, but my soul is warm. A cold hands, hot heart, my mind's been torn. And let's both restart going home. Belfast, may it last, for I do love you, I go home. Belfast, where my past has grown without you. I'm 19 years old, I'm drunk upon the Lisburn Road, and I go home. Belfast, may it last, for I do love you, I go home. Sitting here thinking you'll forget what I look like. You mind's like a dark night. If I don't burn bright gold, you'll miss me. But I tell myself I can't forget what I came home for. I make music on your door, hoping you'll answer and kiss me. But my pulse is light and your face so kind. My dreams are bright as we rewind. I'm going home, Belfast, may it last. For I do love you, I go home, Belfast, where my past has grown without you. I'm 19 years old, I'm drunk upon the Lisburn Road, and I go home, Belfast, may it last. For I do love you, I go home, home, and I go home, home. And I'm 19 years old, I'm drunk upon the Lisburn Road, and I go home, Belfast, may it last. For I do love you, I go home.
How do I know what's real? Things that are in fact the same look different depending on what's around them. Our mind plays tricks on us. Especially when it comes to memory. Especially my memory. No. That can't be right. I couldn't have gone out with a phone like that. I need it plugged in somewhere. But I remember it. Why is it so familiar? How do I know what's real? How do I know which of my memories are true? Perhaps my mind has always been malleable. It's not just the dementia talking. Dreams. Sometimes I get confused between something I've dreamt and things that have happened. Like Marjorie. Years ago, I was home early one day. She was leaving to party already. It was suspicious. Or was it? She always denied it. But somehow I knew when I woke up this morning, she had an affair that day. All those years ago. I knew it was Jim who she'd slept with. She'd been lying to me all these years. I know I was angry. That's why I did it. But was the affair just a dream? Marjorie? Time for her pills. Found some old pills in that trunk. Back from when we used to get high out of our minds. I was really angry about that affair. Irrationally so. I wanted to hurt her. I thought about giving them to her. Instead of her heart pills. They're so similar when you place them next to each other. They do look a little different. Did I swap them already? How do I know which one is fake? How do I know what's real? If I give her the wrong pills, she'll die. If I give her nothing, she'll die. If I call for help, they'll know what I did, and I'll end up in a home. If I don't go, she'll die. I don't want her to die. I won't do it. It was so long ago. Does it matter? Marjorie's alive. Right? Wait. These are my pills. How do I know? How do I know?
Hello, Professor Patrick here. I was meant to be doing a show live tonight in the Crescent, Belfast, as part of the Imagine Festival. But unfortunately, due to the coronavirus and dirty old pangolins eating bat shite and spreading the disease, unfortunately, I have to do an online show. But it's wonderful to be part of the festival regardless, even in a remote way. And I'd like to bring you, well, it was meant to be a show called Solutionism, but really it's a meditation on the times we're living in, the time of the coronavirus. A lot of people say to me, Patrick, you're very cynical and you're always laughing at things, to which I reply, well, good news isn't funny. But let's take a moment to reflect on some of the amazing things that are happening during this crisis. Deer have taken over the metro stations of Japan. We don't know if they like to take the metro, but let's wait and see. Fish have repopulated the canals of Venice. I still wouldn't eat them, but it's great to see them there. And in the area of climate activism, beyond the loud and brilliant activism of Greta Thunberg, actual solutions are taking place. Young Irish scientist Fionn Ferreira has found a way of using ferrometals and magnetism to remove microplastics from water, from our oceans. Alan Savory is using cattle to reverse desertification around the world. And in Scotland, they planted 22 million trees last year alone. These are all great news stories. And what do we learn from the coronavirus and all of these amazing progressive things happening? Effectively, humanity should never leave the house again. Do all your work at home. Get rid of the car. Don't drive anywhere. Don't leave the house. That's the answer, folks. We've saved the planet. Everyone's talking about the new virus that is sweeping the world. The coronavirus, COVID-19 from China. China, it's a Chinese virus, believe me. Chinese virus came over here from China, from a little old pangolin.
And it's very sad. It's very sad. So, I have a solution. I'm going to give $1,000 to everybody. Everybody's going to get it. Everybody. All of you. All of you are going to get $1,000. And I want you to spend all of that money in the economy. The beautiful economy. So beautiful. Such a beautiful Trump economy. My economy that I gave you. I want you all to spend the money. And we're going to beat this virus. Virus. Everyone's talking about the virus. We're going to beat that virus together. Believe me.
Clearly the social distancing measures that are in place are working to a certain extent.
Oh yes, I think they are, and I think we have shown exceptional social solidarity on this.
That's the thing about COVID-19, it doesn't care about how rich you are, how famous you are, how funny you are, how smart you are, where you live, how old you are, what amazing stories you can tell. It's the great equalizer. And what's terrible about it is what's great about it. What's terrible about it is it's made us all equal in many ways.
That's the thing about COVID-19. It doesn't care how rich you are, how famous you are, how funny you are, how smart you are, where you live, how old you are, what amazing stories you can tell. It's the great equalizer. Not the new one with Denzel Washington, the good one from the 80s, you know, with Edward Woodward. Much better. Soundtrack by Stuart Copeland. Fantastic.
Come on, go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Come on, road and go. Let's go eat some fried fish. Fried fish. 'Cause there's no more pasta. Oh no. So we're gonna eat some fried fish. Fried fish. Yeah.
Far be it from me to question the Queen of Pop, but instead of singing about fried fish, she already had the answer in her own song, of the parody of her own song, Vogue. Obviously we're going through a coronavirus, she could have just called it Plague. I'll demonstrate what she should have done, and maybe she'll take this on board next time from the professor. Come on, Plague! You got to move your body away from other bodies. Come on, Plague! You got to let your body stay inside the house now. Plague, 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 plague. Come on, Plague! You got to move your body away from other bodies. Come on, Plague! You got to let your body stay inside now. By the way, coronavirus, just as I've been nice to you, get the hell out of my life. We don't want you back. I haven't seen another person in about 3 months. Come on! Plague, 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 plague. And for those of you who said that I said the Chinese virus was fake news, fake news. That is fake news, believe me. So solutions, well basically, you know, do jigsaws, read books, you know, get to know the family again. Like, when you've guaranteed income, you know, just do leisure activities effectively, you know, and then judge other people who go outside to breathe air. That's basically the only thing they can afford right now. But no, great idea, brilliant. So I think one solution that we really need to look at is listening to experts again and not denying science. I think it's important to listen to scientists and promote good science. And where I can help, as professor obviously, is in musicology and music. And unfortunately, a lot of popular songs are scientifically very inaccurate. For instance, almost the entire work of Westlife. Now, I know you think I hate Westlife because, well, they look like they don't know how to play instruments. For instance, this picture of Nicky Byrne playing a small keyboard as if he's holding a plectrum and playing a guitar. You know, it's not good. It doesn't look good. It's not that I don't like them because their music was used in rendition flights during the Iraq War. No, it's really the scientific inaccuracy of their songs that annoys me more than anything else. For instance, one of their songs is called Unbreakable. We know that there is no force in the universe that is unbreakable. Also, flying without wings. I mean, just scientifically impossible, and look where it got Icarus. But of course, I'm sad to say that it's not just Westlife's music that's scientifically inaccurate. Even the best songs ever written, those in the American songbook, fall down on the scientific front. For instance, Bobby Darin's Beyond the Sea. Really, it should be accurately called Land. By saying beyond the sea in some kind of wishy-washy poetic way, you're playing right into the hands of the flat earthists, because they could claim, ooh, there's something else beyond the sea than land. We're not living on a sphere. Aha, see? But really the worst culprit of all of this has to be Fly Me to the Moon, as sung by Frank Sinatra. Marvelous song, but were Neil Armstrong to use any of the lyrics in this song, he would have been dead within seconds of takeoff. So what I'm going to do for you now is I'm going to demonstrate these scientifically inaccurate lyrics, and then I'm going to replace them with scientifically accurate lyrics. And in that way, the song will be made infinitely better.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me know what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true, yeah. In other words, I love you.
Nice song, great lyrics, but unfortunately completely inaccurate. You can't fly to the moon, of course, because you need thousands of tons of rocket fuel. Space is a vacuum. Propulsion is really the manner in which you travel through space. Playing among stars really isn't an option because, of course, if you get within 300,000 miles of a star, you will, of course, burn to a cinder. Let me know what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Well, of course, Jupiter's a ball of gas, but on average, its spring temperature will be about minus 168 degrees, impossible to sustain human life. And also, Mars, of course, would be minus 58 degrees on average as well. In other words, hold my hand, irrelevant to the central thesis. In other words, darling, kiss me. Again, not important in regards to scientific clarity. Fill my heart with song. Of course, you can't fill somebody's heart with song unless you, let's say, take sheet music, burn it to a cinder, put it in a saline solution, and inject it into somebody's heart, much like in the film Pulp Fiction. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. Well, of course, we have no evidence of that. In other words, please be true, unlike the lyrics of this song. In other words, I love you. I'm going to do the scientifically accurate lyrics now, just to show you how much better it can be, and educational and scientifically beneficial at the same time.
Propel me to the moon, let me burn up near a star. Spring is minus 168 degrees on Jupiter and minus 58 degrees on Mars. On average, in other words, hold my hand, that's not what it means. In other words, darling, kiss me. Inject my heart start with song and let me sing until I die, 'cause life is finite. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. We have no evidence, in other words. Please be true, unlike the previous lyrics to this song. In other words, thank you, vasopressin, oxytocin. Other words, by any scientific definition. Other words, I love you. That's the one thing that's true. In other words, I love you. Q-E-D.
Fantastic. And so you can get that song, that new version, on my latest album, Science, Taking the Good Out of Everything.
Believe me, Corona, my Corona. Ooh, I wanna get it up, get it up. Ooh, believe me, get it up, my Corona. Believe me, so sad.
That's the thing about COVID-19 and the coronavirus. Have a bath now, because when they switch the electricity off, that's the end of it. Unless you know how to actually make fire and boil water and have a cauldron and still have a key to the house. Nobody knows what the repercussions of coronavirus will be. But one thing we know for sure is that the reaction has been completely socialist. No longer can we listen to free market, trickle-down, neoliberal arguments about economies. When the chips were down, the world had to go socialist. But there is another factor at play here. Once this crisis is over, everyone will be completely broke. So I do have one solution. It's not a nice one, but I think it's one that will help us and tide us over into 2021. We need to ban Christmas for 1 year. I know you're all saying, oh, it'll be great to get back to normal and Christmas is an important time of the year. Anyway, you'll have spent an awful lot of time with your family. I consider we should work through Christmas, just treat it like it's any other week. And we can go back to normal in 2021. How do we do this though? How do we convince the children that there's going to be no Christmas in 2020? Very simple. You must go back to the Cavan joke. What did the Cavan man do at Christmas? He brought the child to see Santa's grave. Historical research shows us that Santa Claus, or St. Nicholas, was buried in Bari in southern Italy. However, new research shows that 2 crusaders took the body of St. Nicholas and reburied him in what was known as Jerpoint Village, now Jerpoint Abbey, in County Kilkenny. So effectively, you can go and visit the grave of Santa Claus in Ireland. So I'm suggesting we set up bus tours all around the country. Bring all the children of Ireland together to Jerpoint Abbey to show them both the beautiful medieval architecture and Santa's grave, so they know that Santa's dead and there won't be any Christmas this year. COVID-19 is the great equalizer. We're all the same now. We're all in it together. Except come back to me in 6 months when I tell you how the free market will solve everything. Especially free wet markets. They're the best. Fucking pangolins. Who eats pangolins? I know what pangolins eat. Bat shite. It's a food chain, you know. You can't blame humanity for this. It's a chain of assholes from the pangolin right down to the bat. I'd like to dedicate this song now to all my self-employed musician friends, freelance musicians, many of whom are out of work for 6 months of the year, and that was before the coronavirus. And I'd like to do this song for you. It's based on an Elton John song, and it's comparing the fate of us, the artistic community, to the pangolin innocently going around and then gets blamed for everything.
Goodbye all our gigs, though we didn't enjoy them all. They were our income, even though it was quite small. Now we're completely fucked. Still, some of you are gigging 2 hours a night, but that's on Facebook. and you haven't monetized. And it seems to me that you live your life like a tiny pangolin, just sniffing round the anthills, waiting for the phone to ring. You were caught eating that shite, now we've got COVID. I never heard of pangolins, now I wish I never did. Pangolins, dirty little pangolins, nasty little pangolins, just like self-employed musicians, rotten little pangolins, cute little pangolins. Their skin is made of keratin, that's why assholes eat them for their din. A pangolin. Paid for this. Pangolin!
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And just a little bit of advice for all my friends out there. Brevity. Keep it tight. It's a 3-minute single for a reason. You know, keep it tight. Keep it tight. 2 hours. You're not Bruce Springsteen. Even that's too long. That's the thing about COVID-19. It doesn't care how rich you are. But it helps. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, it took the coronavirus to show us two basic things. In a time of crisis, you must have universal basic income or the economy will suffer. And you must have a universal health system, not a two-tier health system, so that the population is protected. So if it's true in a time of crisis, why then would it not be true for the rest of time? And even if neoliberal politicians want to go back to the way things were, well, the genie is out of the bottle. Nobody will ever want to go back to that world ever again. And so I want to thank you, coronavirus, for giving us the world we should have lived in all along.
Mom, ever since you cleaned my bedroom, I cannot find my pentangle or my baseball cap. What are you gonna do about it?
Hey Mom, I told you never come into my room with your J-cloth and your broom. You trying to wreck my head? You clean the carpet, you wash my underpants, you even made my bed, god damn it! Now, I live in unreality, I cannot see, I am blind, things once precious to me, I cannot find, I'm going out of my mind. Come on, come on, come on, feel when the mop comes near to my bedroom door. Mother dear, I implore, do not clean this teenage crap you see, it belongs to I, myself, and me. I hate you, Mom, I hate you, Dad, you're the worst damn parents that I ever had. You're not my mom.